Special meeting of the Town of Los Gatos, Commissioner interviews to order. And I'll ask our clerk to take the roll, please.
Councilmember Rennie?
Here.
Councilmember Moore?
Here.
Councilmember Hudas?
Here.
Vice Mayor Badami?
Here.
Mayor Risto?
Here. Thank you. So the focus of tonight's meeting is specifically our commissioner interviews and selection, but seeing as it is a public meeting, we do have time now for verbal communications. As a special meeting, people may speak on only the topic before us, which would be commissioner applications. I don't have any cards. I don't know if anybody on Zoom has their hand raised to speak.
There are no hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, then I will close the public comment, and we will move to other business, which is interviewing our applicants and making the appointments. And I think our town clerk has kind of the overview for us.
Good evening. Council will be interviewing 30 applicants for the following commissions: Arts and Culture Commission, Community Health and Senior Services Commission, Complete Streets and Transportation, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, Historic Preservation Board, Library Board, Parks and Sustainability Commission, Personnel Board, and Planning Commission. And I would like to note that we have 3 applicants that applied for multiple commissions. Dornez Mermoza has applied for Arts and Culture Commission and Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Gregory Gentile has applied to Community Health and Senior Services Commission and Historic Preservation Commission. Tony Alcaron has applied to Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission and Planning Commission. Per Policy 2-11, each of these applicants will be interviewed for both the commissions during their first interview. As noted in the desk item that went out today, Tiffany Han has withdrawn her application from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, and Lydia Norica has withdrawn her application from the Parks and Sustainability Commission. Your interview binders contain interview sample questions. However, council may ask any additional questions as appropriate. The mayor will determine the order in which council members will ask questions for each applicant. Once the interviews are completed, I will announce the boards, commissions, and committees along with the number of vacancies, the number of applicants who applied to the positions, and those who did not interview. A paper copy of the ballot will be distributed to council, and the ballots will be completed at the end with the votes announced at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. And before we begin, first of all, I want to welcome all of you. Every one of us actually sitting up here on the council have been on commissions before, so we know what it's like to be sitting there, and I hope we can make this as comfortable as possible. The only reason we'll be sitting up here and you'll be over there when you talk to us is because it's too hard to video and for people to hear it when we're sitting around a table. But we'll do our best to make you feel comfortable. And I just want to thank everybody because our commissions are advisory to the council. They're an integral part of how our community is involved and how we weave together all the different aspects of what's important to our community members. So our commissioners are kind of our eyes and our ears, our liaison to the community. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that we have quite a few applicants, and that's a wonderful thing. The hard thing is we will not be able to appoint everybody. So if you are not appointed, please understand that there will be other opportunities, potentially mid-year or next year, and stay involved. Maybe continue to attend the meetings of the commission you're interested in, and there's opportunities every year. So thank you. And as described, we'll be going through the commissions alphabetically, and then for the 3 people who have applied for multiple commissions, we will be interviewing for both of those positions at the same time, so you won't be called back up again. So I'll remind our council members of that, so we want to make sure that we ask questions about those commissions and potentially ask you what your first choice is for a commission as well. Let's see. And we don't have a time limit. In the past, I think we've had a time limit. We don't have a time limit, but we're not going to be able to have really long interviews. And I just want members of the public to understand that every one of these commissioners has submitted an application, And so understand that we've got a lot of information about each of you already. We'll have some follow-on questions, but the appointments clearly are not made just based on the interview. This is kind of the follow-up or a tiebreaker or just to get more information and an opportunity for you to fill us in with more information. So with that, we will move to, I apologize, the Arts and Culture Commission, and I'll call up Cristiano Colantoni.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome. So we'll take turns asking questions, and I think I'll just kind of wrap around. So, Councilmember Moore, if you'd like to start with the first question.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here this evening. Very much appreciate it, and appreciate your service already. So, if appointed, what ideas would you like to see the commission explore?
Appointed. Hopefully, I am. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk about. Is that a?
Please.
Okay. So, in our last meeting, we were discussing creating a master plan for the arts for Los Gatos, similar to other towns and cities of our size. I'd really like to see that to completion.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for your application. So I was looking at it, and you had mentioned here that you're eager to actively participate in shaping policies and initiatives that will further enrich our cultural landscape. Can you elaborate on how you could shape policies, or if you have an idea of what policies and initiatives need shaping?
We do continue on the master plan for the arts. As far as policy, I don't really have any specific examples. That was something I've been looking forward to discussing with my fellow commissioners. I'm still very new to this. This is my first foray into public service on this level. So I'm still learning, and I'm still excited to gain that experience.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a collective effort, so I understand. Thank you.
Definitely.
Thank you. And we don't have to ask questions, just ask questions. I probably should just ask if people have them. I was just curious, because you're the director of exhibitions at NUMU, how does that support or influence or give you some synergy with the Arts Commission?
It's just a lot of it based on my experience in that role and working with artists and building these projects. You know, our exhibitions are, I see them as public art projects a lot, because they do bring art and artists and from diverse communities to the public. So there's a lot of, like you said, synergy between my role there and my role on the commission. And I'm really looking forward to exploring further how the museum can support the town in their public art initiatives, and what other community partners that we can bring in to bring the arts to the town.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councilmember Rennie.
You mentioned you were interested in helping make sure the master plan gets through. What kinds of things do you see changing or creating in a master plan? You have something in mind that you really want to make sure gets done?
Really just putting pen to paper on how, no matter what the project is, what the idea is, but really putting all the procedure together, really setting the plan for, from soup to nuts. Like, okay, we have this idea. How do we bring it to fruition? Who do we need to work with? What do we need to take into account? How do we pay for it? How?
So you're kind of focused on the process of getting it done, it sounds like.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think the mayor asked the question that I had, so thank you very much for your application.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. And we have a second applicant for this commission, Dornaz Mermazia. Or do you prefer to be called Dory? Okay. Welcome, Dory. I guess I'll go the other way so that Councilmember Hudes has a chance to ask a question.
Thank you, and thank you for your application and for being here for this important commission. In your application, you talk about that the commission should oversee the selection, installation, and maintenance of public art within the city. Do you see a difference between overseeing and advising in the capacity of the commission?
Oh, obviously, so I have to make the correction in my application. The commission should advise, and we are an advisory board. We are volunteer as an advisory board to the town of Los Gatos. But yeah, there is a distinguished factor in that.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So you're a continuing, potentially continuing arts and culture commissioner. Same kind of question, what is it that you felt like didn't get done that you're really looking forward to working on or completing it if you're reappointed?
I think in terms of having some active projects, we do lack that factor. In addition to that, funding has been an issue for the commission. So my plan to have a subcommittee to raise money for the commission, I've been actively working on that. And actually forming that subcommittee was a brainchild of a few of us. So I'm looking forward to continuing that path, raising money for the commission. No matter which commission I'm gonna serve, that's gonna be one of my priority. Even though we are in the town of Los Gatos, people are expecting that we do have the money, but for such a thing such as Art and Culture Commission, we don't have enough budget to work on some projects.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I should have started with the first question of, you've applied for 2 commissions, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, and you are a commissioner reapplying for Arts and Culture. Do you have a strong preference on which commission would be your first choice?
Diversity and Inclusion Commission would be my first choice. And obviously, if it doesn't pan out, this commission, I really want to serve the town.
Okay, and I guess the follow-on question would be, is looking at both of your applications, it looks like in the Arts and Culture Commission, you are looking at it from a diversity lens. So, and I do think that DEI can be part of all of our commissions, but in the application for the DEI Commission, you were talking about like constructive community engagement. Did you have any examples or ideas of how we can increase constructive community engagement?
Well, it could be through multiple channels. One is to involve the public digitally. So on social media platform, we can definitely utilize that to have a platform to get the ideas. And that was actually my idea for the Art and Culture Commission as well. Again, we do lack that specific factor. So I think we can use the technology to have a platform to gather all the feedbacks, and be in communication with a member of the town and different commissions, maybe.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember Rennie asked the question I was going to ask, and that was about the challenge of the Arts and Culture Commission having a lack of projects. So being that you answered that, I just want to commend you on your enthusiasm for wanting more work.
The other idea I was having, I know it might be irrelevant, but so we are in the AI generation, and I think it's very important for us to support the local artists. So that sector might be gone within a few years. So it's very important for the Art and Culture Commission to come up with a statement to support the local artists with the rise of AI and machine learning, basically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for your application to both these commissions. You have a wide variety of personal and professional experiences, and I appreciate you applying for both commissions. I'm curious maybe on two things. First, maybe how you see DEI and art intersecting. You talked a little bit about it, but maybe you could expand on that. And then also, are you aware that with the new DEI commission, there's a liaison position that allows you to essentially serve on both bodies? Yeah.
Well, I talked to Maria about that, so I wasn't sure about the liaison position, so that's why I applied for both commissions. But back to your question, again, can you repeat that?
Sorry, yeah, I asked two questions, sorry. The intersection between arts and DEI, just expanding on that, how you see that kind of manifesting in the years to come in town?
I mean, I think art is the best way to have dialogue without getting controversial. So the community and the whole country is getting very divided. So art would be the line that we can have a conversation. We can develop dialogues between different sectors of the society. So I think that would be one common denominator.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, Dory.
Thank you.
Our next we'll move, that's our two applicants for arts and culture. So next we'll move to the Community Health and Senior Services Commission. And our first applicant here is Gregory Gentile. I'll take a correction. And is he on Zoom or is he in the room?
There is a Greg online. If this is you, Greg, can you raise your hand? I'll allow him to talk and see if this is the correct Greg.
Okay, let's do that.
He just raised his hand.
Hello.
Hi. Could you correct me on the pronunciation of your name, please?
Gentile.
Gentile. Thank you.
Gentile.
Gentile. Okay,
Yes.
so Gregory is an applicant for Community Health and Senior Services as well as Historic Preservation. So we can ask questions about both of those commissions. And I guess before I turn to my council members, I'd like to know, do you have, obviously you've applied to both commissions, which would be your first choice?
Well, my first choice would probably be the historic preservation. And if I can just explain why, my understanding is Mr. Conrad, there's another applicant as well who is seeking appointment. And I certainly don't want to disturb the flow of that committee right now because I know it's in very capable hands with Mr. Blum, Ms. Conrad, and the other folks. So between the two of them, I would prefer the appointment to the historic preservation.
Okay, but you're open to wherever we decide you fit best if we do?
Certainly.
Okay. With that, I'll turn to Council Member Rennie, if you have any questions on either commission or general.
Yeah, I was trying to flip to his application for the other one, but since you're interested in historic preservation, can you talk to us a little bit about your thoughts and perspectives on that commission? How are we doing, for example, how are we doing in preserving our historic districts?
Well, I can't speak specifically to that, but from what I saw at the meetings that I attended, and I attended 2 of them, I was impressed with the fairness of the process that was used. I thought Mr. Cheskin has done a wonderful job in moving matters along, and it seems like the committee is doing its job in attempting to preserve as best as possible those districts and those beautiful homes up in the hills. So I think there's been a very, very good job from my perspective, but that's a limited perspective, Mr. Rennie.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'll ask you to expand a little bit. There was a question, how do you describe your philosophy on planning? And you just talked about planning within the context of zoning, subdivisions, et cetera. But one of the things I'm thinking about is especially with historic preservation, there's kind of a balance between private property ownership and local control. And I wonder if you could just speak to how you find that balance in terms of our community values toward preserving historic buildings and someone who's purchased a home and wants more flexibility.
That's a very fair question. The ordinances were put forth for obvious reasons, and there's a need to preserve our the historical districts and our history. And I know there is a balance, but the balance has to be reached as fairly as possible. But we have to follow the law, and the ordinances that I believe are well written need to be preserved. And that's my perspective. And I understand that homeowners move into homes that are deemed historic and they would like to make changes, but from my perspective, we have to preserve the history of our community. That's critical. So I'm a little bit more weighted toward preservation. Yet we do have to be somewhat flexible and fair.
Sounds good. Thank you. I'll turn to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your application. Can you expand on your written response as to your experience and or expertise that you feel would be most useful to either commission? I crossed off the interest because now you've indicated you'd rather be on the historic preservation, but if you could, this is a chance to kind of sell yourself on either commission appointment.
Well, I've been a lawyer for 33 years. I've handled just about any type of litigation case that imaginable. Construction defect was always an area that I've handled, and there's an overlay or a compatibility with the historic preservation, since the duties of the historic preservation commissioner, since you have to analyze contracts, architectural plans, and whatnot to ensure you're following the law. And being a lawyer requires you to analyze statutes and apply them to whatever the facts are.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So you've sort of answered this in a few different ways, but I'm curious if you could just say how you see the role of the Historic Preservation Commission, what you see the role of the commission being.
Mr. Moore, it's to preserve our history. Very simply. We have beautiful historical buildings and artifacts in our community, and they need to be preserved as best as we can. And obviously, we have to be fair to applicants who wish to perform construction or additions to their homes, but we don't want to lose that history.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Gentili. I wanted to go to your application on the Community Health and Senior Services side. And my question is, have you read the Senior Services Roadmap? And what are some of the ideas that you think are most important to our adult community, whether you've read it or not?
Well, I haven't read the roadmap, but I have. I've read a lot of things about the Senior Citizens or Senior Services Committee and what they're doing. Attended 2 meetings. To me, if I have to say what is the most important part of keeping our seniors involved in our community, over and above making sure that they're healthy and their basic needs are kept, is to ensure that they have proper transportation so they can be involved with the community at large, so they are not eclipsed and not forgotten. Because activity for a senior citizen, and I confess I'm one, but a relatively young senior citizen, is significant. Even those folks who have dementia and struggle daily, they need to be involved and engaged. And I believe that's a very, very important aspect of what the Senior Services Commission is seeking to do, besides the many other items that they're seeking to accomplish.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that, I will move to our next applicant, which is Dick Conrad. Or Richard, let us know which you'd prefer.
Yeah. Thank you. I started this 3 years ago in the commission and started the roadmap, and have since been the leader on the communications and engagement portion of it through the senior committee and the commission. And I'd just like to, at this point, continue to implement what we've worked on over the 3 years that I've been on the commission. And we have our challenges. I've been working to solicit, new members to our task forces, and we have challenges ahead. It's going to be a lot of hard work, and I'd like to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the question, well, I had a question, but I think you answered it in there, so I'll just go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for applying again. Can you elaborate on your proudest accomplishment while serving on the commission this past year? What would be the proudest thing this year that was accomplished?
Well, I think as the leader of the communications and engagement portion, the hub had to be the prime accomplishment, and just basically just getting it done.
Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, I'm going to pop back for a second because I remembered what the question I had for you was. And I realized that the roadmap is a really large item that was handed to your commission, but given that it's community health and senior services, do you feel like the commission can balance doing anything else besides the senior roadmap? And if so, how do you think that can move forward this year?
Well, I would hate to give up on community health, but I think that I would say at least 80% or 90% of our efforts have to go into the roadmap because we have limited people on the commission and limited resources in terms of our task forces. Some of our task force members have kind of switched over to fundraising and are a little less enthusiastic than they were before about the implementation. And that's going to be a real challenge for us going ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for identifying those challenges. All right, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and all your work in the community. So you've served on the commission for 3 years. Where would you like to see the commission in the next, if you're reappointed, where would you like to see the commission in 3 years?
Well, we have a 3-year plan. I'd like to see us finish the 3-year roadmap. It's a pretty succinct answer, but we do have a 3-year plan, and that's where we want to go.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. I'm not going to ask you if you read the roadmap since you wrote large portions of it. I would ask, though, the other side of that question is, what are some of the ideas that you think are of most importance to our older adult community right now?
Well, one is marketing to get more members involved in our older community. And the others, I think the transportation issue is a big issue in the community for people that have problems getting around. And those are the two things I think that we need to concentrate on.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
As a council liaison to this committee, I'm very familiar with Mr. Conrad's work, so I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Sounds like your work speaks for itself. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I will now call up our next applicant for this commission, Martha Stern. Welcome. I will go to the Vice Mayor for the first question.
Thank you. Thank you for your application. Serving on a commission involves a significant amount of time. How would you balance that with your commitment to St. Luke's outreach, the Rotary, and being a sole caregiver to your parent? And God bless you for doing that, because that takes a lot.
Well, I manage property. I don't have a 9-to-5 full-time job, so I spend a lot of my time doing volunteer work. As you will have read, I'm on the vestry at St. Luke's, and I'm their outreach lead, which sort of, and I'm the caregiver of my mother, who lives 2,000 miles away. So any of those tasks are not, they take up a few hours a week, but they're not full-time. So I did reflect, because it was suggested to me that I apply for this position. And so I did think long and hard about the time commitment, because if I do apply and if I am appointed, then I want to do a really good job. So I believe I do have the time, and I have the resources, the capability to do it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your application, and thank you for all of your service to the community. So I really appreciate your work with St. Luke's and through the West Valley Service Providers Network. I'm curious if you could expand on how you see this commission continuing to broaden those partnerships, and I think Los Gatos is continuing to make more steps to be better integrated in kind of the service space. And so if you could talk a little bit about how you see the direction of Los Gatos providing service to older adults and folks generally in the town going.
Well, there are a lot of services available, and they are somewhat fragmented. I think the hub is a great first step to kind of putting all the available services in front of people, but another great step might be, like the West Valley Service Providers Network, to have a quarterly meeting with the Los Gatos service providers, so that they are, if it doesn't already exist, it might not already exist, but I'm not aware of it, so that they can share information, share needs, and better understand what each other is doing, so that if someone contacts them with a need but they can't provide it, they can say, oh, you should go here. Another thing I've thought about that is available up in Ontario, Canada, is I have an individual who is like a care coordinator for my mother, who knows the whole system, knows all the various services, and based on where my mother is with her care needs, they can advise me where to go for the next level of support. And so maybe creating volunteer positions who understand the various services and what they can provide for a senior based on where their needs are, that would be helpful.
Those both sound like great ideas. Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you very much. Have you read the Senior Services Roadmap? And whether you have or haven't, what are some ideas that you think are of most importance to our older adult community?
I did look at the roadmap a while ago. I hope you're not going to ask me specific questions like on page what. One of the things that's going to be really important to have very robust services in the community is you're going to need a lot of volunteers. And a lot of your volunteers are going to be seniors who are at that point in their life that they want to give back to the community. but they're not at a point where maybe they need a lot of those services yet. So we need to figure out a way to market, and I know the hub providing everything in one place is a good start, but we need to figure out how to market the hub and make it really, and for the individual organizations to elevate their message and their needs to the community so that people can say, yeah, I could volunteer for that. And we have to make it really, really easy. We can't, it can't be complicated, otherwise we're going to lose them. So.
Thank you. And that was a key part of the roadmap is volunteer opportunities.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Councilmember Hudis really covered my question. I saw that you got a presentation on the roadmap. You've been attending the Service Providers Network meetings, and you were at the Senior Roadmap Committee to cover goals 2, 3, and 4. And so I was going to ask that question. He pretty much just asked you, so I think I'll skip.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to think of questions, looking at your lived experience and, seeing how your mother's care differs from what we have in our community. It sounds like you could bring a lot of ideas together. Obviously, we're not going to replicate what she has there. But
another aspect is the Alzheimer's Society in my mother's city. They have someone assigned to my mother and to me, so they call me on a quarterly basis, not only asking, how my mother is doing, but as a caregiver, what do I need? And that's another aspect too, because those seniors get older. I think by the time they're 85, 86, like 6 out of 10 will be dealing with dementia, and the people who are caring for them are their adult children. And so we need to be kind of wary that adult children are going to need support to help their parents.
okay, thank you. It sounds like you've put a lot of the pieces of the puzzle together in your head and through your work in the community, so I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. We've been doing a lot of reading. Okay, so that concludes our applicants for Community Health and Senior Services Commission. So we'll be moving to Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, and we'll start with Bill Ellers. I've heard your name mispronounced so many times, I'm starting to question myself.
I do not.
I know how to pronounce it. Ellers.
I do not care.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening. I will go backward and start with Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Ellers, this is at least the second or third time you've reapplied.
Probably third.
Third,
Yes.
I thought so. So thank you for all the service so far and all the great work on the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission. What more do you think that you'd like to achieve if reappointed?
There's a lot of projects in the bicycle pedestrian master plan, and just generally keep the momentum going.
And which ones are in the top of your mind that you'd like
The Boston Hill overcrossing would be a nice, good one, because that impacts thousands of students every year. And then just small projects as well, crosswalks and street lighting to make people safer and feeling safer to get out and about without cars.
Can I ask one more? So how do you feel electric bikes fall into this whole mix?
That's a double-edged sword, so I'm still forming an opinion myself. So I think anything that gets people out of their cars is good, but there's responsibility with that, and we're still learning as a society and as a group of community how electric bikes should be used. Certainly there's some people abuse them, some people enabling them, their lifestyle is much better. So it's a double-edged sword. We'll just have to see how it progresses.
So is that something the commission should keep an eye on, maybe, how that's being...
I don't think the commission has much say. We have opinions, but generally that's a small portion of the whole commission's work.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudis, do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take a little different angle on this. How would you and the commission do more to address the transportation needs of older adults and folks with disabilities?
Well, again, we're an advisory commission, so if the town council were to step up and provide thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars for a shuttle service, that'd be the best method.
Okay, thank you.
That was direct.
It was.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you for being here this evening and for your work on the commission thus far. So similar sort of question I asked before. You've served on the commission for a while. If you're appointed for another 3 years, where would you like to see the commission in 3 years?
More projects in the bicycle master plan, more people on the road on bicycles and walking, more active transportation.
Great, thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
It's probably an overlap question, but if reappointed, do you have additional ideas that you would like to see the commission explore?
No, nothing offhand. We have a list already that we keep track of. And there's projects, big projects, the master plan, small projects. The Shannon Road reconstruction is a new topic, and how that affects people, particularly on bicycles. That Shannon Road, Kennedy Loop, the Kennedy Loop is very popular, and if you close Shannon, that's going to put more cycles on Kennedy, but also more cars, and there's going to be more conflicts there. So I'm worried about that.
Thank you.
I guess I have, one question I have is, with every project, as you're talking about the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, which has been in place for a while, and we're working through it and updating it, in the community, people generally are unhappy about too much car congestion, but steps taken to mitigate that often create a backlash. People want change, but then they don't want change. So what role or increased role could you see the commission playing in terms of doing outreach, in terms of listening, in terms of facilitating and understanding that we're trying to, you tell me what you're trying to do and tell me how we can message it in a way to make it sound like it's not taking the road away from people.
I think it's just awareness. It's a learning process. When people are afraid of change, when you say, we're going to take away your car, we're going to change things, change is bad. And first people's reactions are always change is bad. So it's a long process, I think, to educate people. You need to start with, here's what we're trying to accomplish. Yes, it will impact you in this way, but the flip side is this. So it's education.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
All right. And with that, we'll move to our next applicant, Eric Miller.
Good evening.
Welcome, Eric. Let's see. I'm starting to forget which way I went. I'll start with the vice mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the same question I just asked the other applicant, and that is, what ideas would you like to see the commission explore this year?
So like he mentioned, the Blossom Hill Overpass is a big priority for me. As a student of Fisher, I tried biking a couple of times, and it was quite scary. So having a good way to do that would be awesome for the students who are going there now. Other things, pie in the sky idea, what if we split the creek trail between bike and ped? I know there's a number of conflicts between bikes and pedestrians on there. People talking about e-bikes buzzing pedestrians and issues with that. There's an even more pie in the sky of looking at trains to Santa Cruz to talk beach traffic. I know we can't lay the old tracks, but we could loop south, and that's something to explore.
I love your pie in the sky suggestions, especially the creek trail. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'll go to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Yeah, let's build that train. Thank you for your application and continuing to be so interested in serving. You have a breadth of experience, especially when it comes to biking. I'm curious how you would approach or how you think about getting more folks who are not avid cyclists, but kind of normal people that maybe, bike once a month or don't bike at all onto bikes and using them, and also, for students, because there's a lot of, it's easy. Cyclists are always going to bike on Blossom Hill Road, no problem, right? But I think a lot of what we're talking about is how to get more people on bikes. How would you think and approach that issue?
So I would say we have a little bit of a head start. We're starting to build momentum. I've heard we have more students cycling to school. So as their friends start doing it, they may peer pressure friends, hey, come cycle with me. We can ride together to school. Some of that's also working on some of the infrastructure. We have bike lanes on a lot of our streets. But as soon as you get to the intersection, you suddenly get a dotted line and you have cars crossing your path. And so those conflict points can scare non-avid cyclists. So there's various classifications of cyclists. I'd call myself a confident and experienced cyclist, so I'll go right up Highway 9 on occasion. Very few people are going to do that. But on Winchester, we have that nice protected bike lane, and we've seen a lot more people going there, and not just people in Lycra out on sports cycles, but people on e-bikes in casual clothes going to the grocery store or something. So improving our infrastructure and making it feel safer will encourage more people to actually get out and use it.
Great.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes?
Thank you, and thank you for your application. Reading about your 95-year-old neighbor, Peggy, how would you and the commission do more to address the transportation needs of our older adults and folks with disabilities?
So some of that is building out our current infrastructure. So for example, Winchester, where I live, there is no sidewalk. And so even before the protected bike lanes went in, you got the sports cyclists out there and pretty much nobody else. The protected bike lanes came in, and now you have people cycling with families and in casual clothes, and I'm starting to see people walk on Winchester. So as people start to feel safe, we can build more infrastructure so there could be a permanent sidewalk. And so you could make that accessible to people who no longer feel safe to drive. And you also open up a bit to people with mobility aids, mobility scooters, or even if they don't need to go that far, a e-bike or a trike or something. And so they can get around without needing to use their car. And then I found, not just with Peggy, but with other people I've seen in my life, even myself, honestly, getting out and moving, you feel better and you're healthier in general, just moving.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
I think you really covered the answer. I saw you say you're a recreational cyclist, and I was really going to ask you, are the needs different, or how are the needs different between a recreational cyclist and a commuter or kid commuter and so forth? And you've kind of already been talking a lot about that, but if you have more, go ahead.
I will also say, when I was working at Google, I did go bike down the Winchester bike lane, hop on the shuttle, and shuttle to work. And that was, instead of being on a nice light carbon bike going fast, I'm on my old aluminum mountain bike with low gears and going kind of slower. And so when I can't match the speed of traffic, protection is a lot more important to me, even as a confident cyclist. So I understand that, and I did it. So yes, more protection, more space, more feelings of safety are important for people who are commuting and just going around town.
Thank you.
Thank you. And as I was looking through your application, one of the ideas I liked was talking about, maybe being out at the farmer's market or doing more outreach, because I think it's kind of a chicken and an egg. I mean, we can try to improve infrastructure, but then there are people who say they'd like to bike, but it doesn't feel safe, or parents say it's not safe, or when you were in school, you didn't feel safe. And the more you get out, the more you figure out where the better routes are. So can you give me some ideas of how we message and then get people engaged in using our newer infrastructure?
Specifically is interesting. So again, like I mentioned in the application, going to the farmer's market's a good way to get out. Honestly, also just seeing people biking. There's lots of comments online of a new bike lane goes in, oh, nobody's using it. So as we start to see people using it, and friends start to tell their friends, and school kids start to tell their friends, hey, come bike to school with me, we can start to network organically that way.
Great. And maybe additional bike and ped counts after we get that in, so we have the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other
All
questions?
right. I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so with that, let me see, what do we have? I think we're now going to launch into our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, and we have quite a few applicants. I think what I'd like to do is go through all of that and then take a break after our DEI applicants, so that we're not sitting for 3 straight hours or anything. And we have quite a few we have different categories in our DEI commission, and there are a variety of applicants who qualify in more than one slot. So when we interview you, when it comes time to vote, and our clerk will go into it more, we'll be able to vote for which slot you fit in. So for example, we have a multifaceted applicant right now. I'll call up Tony Alarcon. And Tony, is interested in the Planning Commission as well as the DEI Commission. So we'll be talking about both of those. And then just keep in mind afterward, if we're looking at DEI, he's under business owner, resident, faith leader. So there's a variety of slots where he could fit. So with that, welcome.
Thank you.
And we've got 2 applications in front of us, so we'll ask questions about both of them. So I'll start with Councilmember Rennie.
Okay, I'll start asking about your interest in the DEI. What aspects of DEI do you feel like you have kind of unique perspectives that you can bring to the council and advise the council and advise staff?
So both of my great-grandparents were indentured servants on both sides of my family. I'm the first of 60 cousins to graduate from college. I grew up in a low-income, middle-class on the low side in Santa Clara. Growing up in college at Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity in San Jose State, we had the first black president in all of our country. Paul Scott, my dear friend, also put the gay pride strip down Hollywood Boulevard. He's well known. I have life experience in that in San Jose State, before the term diversity, equity, and inclusion was made, I lived it. We didn't need terms like that. We were just people. We didn't see color, we saw people. And I have that perspective. You know, as far as career-wise, I was one of the first in my family to have a white-collar job, working in banking. And so I've seen all sides of the equation. Many of my family work in the trades. I'm the only one to live in a town of this type of income level and home price points. And so I think I bring a pretty diverse experience, life experience. I'm in my mid-50s. I graduated high school in 1985 from Santa Clara High. And that community that I grew up in was very diverse. And so that's what I bring to the committee, and I think I could bring that to Los Gatos.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes?
Thank you. I'm going to ask sort of a general purpose question for both positions. So how would you define the character of the town of Los Gatos, and could it be expanded, and if so, how, expanded to be more inclusive, including ideas about land use and planning?
So specifically for Los Gatos, I believe, is inclusive in the fact that when you walk through downtown or you walk on your neighborhood streets, you'll see people look each other in the eye and say hello. Doesn't matter who they are. That's ingrained in our town, and I first moved to town in 1992. Specifically to your planning question with regards to that, to find ways to develop housing at price points that people can afford so we can have a broader swath of people being able to move into our community. I've heard town council members refer to, I want to be able to buy $1 million home. There are models that I've shared with the town before previously, specifically regarding Ditto's Lane, that could have solved many more units at a much more favorable price point for home ownership. I have just communicated with the state of California regarding the Fair Housing Act on a business, on a model that I built, a financial model, where there's a shared equity position in the home to make it more affordable with a dividend going to the equity position, which we own by a foundation. And so there's things that we may look to do within our codes to create that can advance that, the broader resources of more affordable housing, and not specifically low income, but workforce housing, where people can not necessarily have to be working a low-income job to be able to live in Los Gatos, but you can come from a family that is working the trades but wants to provide a better life to the next generation, and so they can make $200,000 but still buy a house that's not market rate at $2 million or $2.4 million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So I'm curious how you would define diversity, equity, and inclusion, and what you see the role of this commission being, and how you think this commission can help the town of Los Gatos.
As far as my definition, I think we all have different opinions, different backgrounds, different knowledge bases, and from that can add strength. I liken it to a piece of clothing. If all the threads went in one direction, it's not a strong piece of clothing. If the threads go in multiple directions, it creates strength. And so that's where I look at the diversity of thought. We, a long time ago, used to be able to talk about different thoughts and opinions without arguing. And I think we need to get back to that. That's what I see diversity, equity, and inclusion being for our town.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your applications. I'm going to gravitate towards your interest in the Planning Commission. So can you expand on your approach to decision-making on land use issues?
Yes. So the town of Los Gatos, we have our planning codes and our guidelines for a reason. And I believe that we should follow them to the letter that we can. I do have a development background that I shared with you. I'm not active as a developer. I'm active as a realtor and help other towns and municipalities provide workforce housing. I'm acutely aware of several projects, both within our town and other towns that have been approved, but cannot be built because of the cost infrastructure currently, both in the ground and the cost of financing the project. And so from a point of being a planning commissioner, I would look to follow our codes and the implementation of our laws that we have in place without making exceptions at whim to simply get a project approved. I think time and patience can prevail and end up getting a much better product built for our town.
Thank you.
Thank you. In so many parts, but in the application for the DEI, you talked about a proposed education program, and I was for training or different jobs, and I was wondering if you could expand on that and talk about how is that something you think the commission would put together or advocate, or can you describe that?
Yes, and that's something in my life that I will accomplish, whether serving on this committee. I'll do that as a member of town. It's a passion of mine. I am a member of the Masonic Lodge, and we donate, for example, $1 million a day nationwide to the program for reading. There's about a 70% probability someone will follow the career of their parents. A lot of that, I feel, is because they're not exposed to what the different careers are, what they do, what the best colleges are to go to for that career, how much that education costs, what that career pays coming out of college, and what the trajectory growth is for the earnings of that position. And so in creating a program where we expose kids at a young age to their different life potential possibilities, they can follow their passions, but they may not know what an electrical engineer does versus a structural engineer versus a graphic designer versus a patent attorney, what have you. And so that's something that I would like to expose the youth to, and then find mentors, personal mentors, to guide them through the process through high school into college. I've been blessed in my lifetime to have a personal board that honestly rivals Google and Apple. And I am presenting a project currently to the Emerson Collective to see if they will sponsor this project. In total, it's $360 million with 300 units and a hotel that can serve this purpose multiple times a year for that type of a program.
Thank you. Follow-up question, Councilmember Rennie.
Yeah, since he's going for two and one of them's Planning Commission, I think.
Yeah, and I don't want to
I'd
limit
like
this.
To
so,
ask
yeah.
a Planning Commission question.
Yeah.
So Planning Commission is probably our most complicated commission, where you really have to know a lot and you kind of need to be practiced on being in a commission, and you haven't been on any commissions in Los Gatos that I see listed. Help me. So we usually appoint planning commissioners that have practice, hopefully in some of the other commissions that are land use related. Help me get past that you have this kind of experience and could step in running kind of thing.
Yes. So I did apply for the Planning Commission, or not the Planning Commission, but the North 40 Committee in 2007 as an example. So I haven't served on a Planning Commission. I've been a land developer. I've worked on specific plans with publics and privates. I've ran public meetings. I've met with town staff, planning commissioners, town councils to rezone large swaths of land. The smallest land that I controlled personally was 20 acres. I've built personally as a developer 26-unit subdivisions, converting from a commercial use to residential use. So I have real life experience in terms of planning. In 2007, I approached a town council member for Los Gatos and asked to set a meeting up with the Yuki family. I told them that I wanted to present the whole North 40 to Apple to build a campus and housing and a school, with Apple paying for the school as a proof of concept for Apple products in schools. That was way ahead of the time. I understand that the Planning Commission is a huge commitment and time commit. I have friends that have served as mayors on the Planning Commission in different municipalities, and I have cleared my calendar from other commits. I'm no longer on the Board of Trustees of a Northern California Organized Youth Order. I do serve on the Hall Corporation of the Masonic Lodge in town, and I am chaplain of our entity. Other than that, my calendar is fully clear. So as far as understanding land development and the rules, zoning codes, being a realtor, when I'm approaching a developer to buy a certain project like in Truckee, which is a huge project, a huge undertaking that hasn't been built since 2008, I have to know what the zoning codes are. When I sell a home to a to an end user, a residential home, I have to let them know it's historic. So if you want to make changes to that home, you have to know what the guidelines are. There's a process. You can't just tear it down and build new. That's not what our town code says. And so through work, I naturally already have that exposure, and so I'm committed to serving on that committee if so selected.
So it sounds like you have some good experience with planning and developing. I'm not sure how much it means you understand Los Gatos' codes and rules and so forth. So follow-up question, talk to me about our hillside guidelines. Do you think those are good guidelines? Should some things be changed in them? Are they too strict, too loose?
I think protecting our Los Gatos hillside is one of the most important things we can do as our town. I use one specific parcel, which is above Sund, which is 60 acres in the hillside. It's a canyon. A lot of people looked at developing that. I know the family that owns it. I don't think that's a developable project on a large scale because of the slope, because of the water that's there through the creek. You'd have to do cantilever. And so from the hillside, I think we need to be constringent on that, because if you build the McMansion up there, you're going to see it. There are still a few above Ming Kwang, what we used to call Ming Kwang, that you can see from the bottom of Johnson at night with the lights on. And so I do support a strict hillside guideline.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, you didn't ask me, by the way. I would prefer to serve on the Planning Commission versus the DEI, given the broad amount of applicants, and I can see all of the diversity here in the room. So if given the choice, I would prefer the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Forgot to ask you that. I apologize. All right. Our next applicant for DEI is Stephen Bakota. Is Stephen on Zoom? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening and welcome. Oh, good to see you on camera. All right, I will start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, Mr. Bokota. I wanted to ask you, since this is a new commission and we created an enabling resolution but have not yet created a work plan, I'm wondering if you've read the enabling resolution for the commission, and what aspects of a work plan would you see providing tangible and measurable benefit?
All your questions around if people did their homework, huh? Just a joke. So I did read the DEI plan that I found online. I did not read any other document if you're referring to a different document.
It's a short paragraph that's the enabling resolution for the commission. So that's okay. If you've read the plan, you probably get the gist of it. So if you could go ahead and answer, anyway, thank you.
And what specifically related to the question were you asking?
So what the commission now needs to create a work plan or propose a work plan. What aspects of a work plan for DEI would you see providing tangible and measurable benefit?
I think when I think of DEI, I think of three things at least, and I'm not familiar with everything that is being done within the town, other than what I read in the plan that I found online. I think of DEI as opportunity, awareness, and appreciation. Those are the three fundamental elements that come to mind. And the thing that I'm passionate about is awareness and appreciation. Partially because I have three kids that are going through Los Gatos schools, and I think the more aware and informed they could be, the better they will be as human beings. But also appreciation. I think more emphasis specifically around how do we appreciate different cultures and how do we celebrate different cultures in different ways, I think would be fantastic for us to do more of in our town. I work in a high-tech company with 45,000 people and locations around the world, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to travel to some of those and get to experience different cultures. And it really, education is an amazing thing through life experience and actually being able to experience different cultures firsthand. I'd love for us to bring more of that into our town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Maybe you started to answer the question. What experiences or unique perspectives do you have that you might be able to advise the council or staff on that they don't already have?
So I don't know if I could assume I know what the council knows or doesn't know, but the things that I have experience with is I've been in high tech for 30 years, and I'm not from California. I'm not from Los Gatos. I grew up in Indiana near Chicago, and what I have seen in high tech are some of the challenges that we have in ensuring we have a diverse workforce from the standpoint of attracting and hiring talent from all different aspects and all different walks of life in different locations. And I think that's something where we put a variety of programs in place in my company related to hiring. Everything really starts with education and awareness, and then morphing into how we hire and how we hire for diversity and how we actually appreciate. The gentleman before me did a really nice job of explaining. I love the analogy about clothing and the weave of clothing, and I think we see many similar things with people from different backgrounds and different perspectives and how they help us make better products. And I'd love to ensure that we're teaching kids that same lesson in ways that they can identify with, and also ensuring as a town we're doing the same thing with our town employees and what we celebrate and what we appreciate. I think is kind of talking about what's important to us as a community, and I think that's really important to emphasize. But I don't know enough about where the board is of the town to be able to answer directly how I'd be able to complement them. I could just talk to what my experiences have been.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for your application. If appointed, what ideas would you like to see the commission explore, based maybe on your experience working at Micron, I think you said?
Yeah, that's where I work. So we've done a variety of different inclusion groups that have been really popular, where we've created groups for military veterans, we've created groups from people from all different cultures, and that has been a great way for people to kind of bond together, to share experiences, and to get other people aware of different backgrounds and really help educate others. That'd be something that I think would be great to do, and try to figure out ways that we create different forums or different opportunities for us to educate each other on shared cultures. But the thing that I would probably point to, if there's one thing, would be I'd love to figure out how we can celebrate cultures more frequently in our community. I was just in India, and I was there at the time they had Diwali, and it was pretty phenomenal to learn about the culture, learn about the Festival of Lights, what's behind it. And I think creating more opportunities in our own community that we're showing celebration of those types of holidays for different cultures, I think would be great.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your application and your interest in serving the town of Los Gatos. So in your application, you talk about how fortunate you feel to live in the lovely town of Los Gatos, and that you'd like to be able to say the same and do the same for future generations. And you talked about having kids in the schools as well. How do you see the DEI Commission potentially contributing to that in terms of making sure that we do have younger generations that can contribute and participate in our community?
So I'm not sure what it would entail to expand things like this, but I was talking to somebody today, one of my colleagues in Boise, and in their high school, they actually have a AP course that you have to be selected for and apply for, that is related to giving back in the community. And she was talking about how her 16-year-old son over lunch was going to an older age home to spend the lunch hour with them and share lunch with them. But there were a variety of different things like that they do to give back to the community, and it's part of their curriculum is growing as good human beings. So I think I'd like to be more aware and understand what types of opportunities we have within the structure of our own schools, to see if there's opportunities to do innovative things like that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. I guess one of the thoughts I had, and I realize you're going to be somewhat school-centric with 3 children in school, but given that this is a town commission, hiring kind of falls under the town employees, and that would be outside the purview of the commission, and school activities are outside the purview of the commission because the schools and the school boards generally have programs so that we can liaise. In terms of the larger community, and I don't disagree with you, you said you don't see any pressing gaps in the community. Did you read the JEDI report, and do you have any thoughts? I mean, I know everybody sees things differently, but this came forward because there was definitely a need for addressing inclusion in the entire community. So do you have thoughts on making directed more toward community events outside of schools and outside of hiring?
Well, my comments on celebration were really about community celebration, not a school or hiring comment. And I think finding opportunities to help educate people in ways like that, I think, is a great way to broaden people's perspective. To answer your question, no, I did not read the JEDI report.
Okay, great. No, that activity sounds wonderful. Thank you. And do we have any other questions from any other council members? All right. Well, thank you for joining us by Zoom.
You're welcome.
And I will now move to Dominic Broadhead. Welcome. Hi.
Thank you.
Let's see. I will start with Councilmember Moore.
Thank you very much for being here this evening and for your application. So part of the reason I think that we have this particular seat that you're applying for, of the employee seat, is to make sure that our businesses and nonprofits and partner organizations are engaged in this important work kind of town-wide. So how would you see your role working in town kind of intersecting with the service of this commission?
Got it. So my current job right now is I work with the community pretty directly. I'm very customer service based, so I interact with young children, elderly adults, and everywhere in between based off of programming. And so I think that with my involvement with what I do naturally already would help create and program and follow through with the work plans and all that of the DEI Commission.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Broadham, for your work at the Los Gatos Rec.
Thank you.
It's much appreciated. So I'm looking at your application, and you address mental health and well-being, and that you'd like to see the commission develop strategies that could promote mental health resources. Do you have any thoughts on what kind of strategies would be effective to achieve that goal?
Yeah, so that primarily, I think, focuses on the youth aspect of the commission or of the town, where a lot of the mental health issues are striving from crisis management within the children of this town, or even within the adults. And so being able to teach people how to effectively crisis manage within their own community, and how to creatively think about what they're feeling, how they're thinking, and the emotions that they're feeling would help. And we can do that by putting together or providing trainings, or notifying or establishing training opportunities, and providing that to not only children but also businesses of the town, and to help their employees as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, do you have any questions?
I'll ask the same one I've asked everybody so far for this commission. Do you have any particular experiences or insights that would help you advise the council?
Yeah, absolutely. I myself am a member of a few marginalized communities, and I have seen family members and myself personally experience discrimination and hate speech within this town and outside of this town. And I know what it feels like to be fearful of what I say, or be fearful of how much information I share about myself with employers or business owners or people around me at any time. And so I believe that I can offer a unique experience because I know how it feels, or I know how the people we're trying to help feel, and can hopefully help them not feel that way anymore.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hughes?
Thank you. What's your perception of the character of the town of Los Gatos, and how could tangible DEI efforts impact the perception of the character of the town?
I think the perception of the town with people that live in the town is very different from the perception that people see that live outside the town looking in. I do believe that the town is doing their best to create an open and welcoming environment, but I think the purpose of this commission is to do more. It was never the intention of this community to take away or to hinder anyone else's experiences. It's just to enhance the experiences of other people. And so I just lost my train of thought. I apologize.
Well, maybe I could just repeat the second part of my question, which is, what tangible efforts could in DEI could impact that?
I think it's helping people see themselves within the community. So I know a few people mentioned earlier, but having more cultural events that celebrate different cultures other than the ones that are already here, and promoting different activities, and again, just bringing opportunities to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I have any other questions. They were pretty much covered.
Okay.
And your application was robust. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, our next applicant is Karen Delaney. Welcome, Karen. All right, I will start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you, and thank you for your application that has brought a few different perspectives. One particular question I had about your application, you talk about engagement with the town as an individual being frustrating. What aspect of engagement with the town do you find frustrating, and how would your participation in the DEI Commission be more productive?
Mm-hmm. Well, as you observed, actually, at a previous meeting, the DEI Commission does not have power, does not have prestige, but it does have a megaphone. It does have the ability to, through its collective action, collaboration with 10 other people, actually make more of a statement than I've been able to do individually. I have tried to engage in the civic life here, and it has been frustrating. The most frustrating incident was back in February with what I saw as the overreach of the council in a public censure of a planning commissioner.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. In your application, you mentioned interest in affordable housing and redlining practices. What kinds of things can we do to help DEI in this area?
Well, it's as I learned on the civil grand jury for the county, that has done a lot. It did several investigations of affordable housing countywide and then in specific municipalities. One of the biggest holdups of for affordable housing is the financial part of it, the finances of it. It can take 8 to 18 sources of money for these projects to be feasible, and that is what stops so many of them. It's not it's not opposition necessarily to the housing. It's making it practical. So I think looking at the finances of it, and let me say that this is not a wheel that needs to be invented every single time. The county, through the civil grand jury, other municipalities, Mountain View, for example, have done a lot in affordable housing that may be replicable. So it's not a question of reinventing the wheel.
Thank you.
Thank you. You talk about, as the mother of 3 daughters, a vision for their future in this town. So could you describe to me what your vision would be for their future and how what kind of changes or things you'd like to keep the same, and how the DEI Commission could help create that vision, what you'd be working toward?
The comparable county commission to what is going to be our DEI is called equity and belonging. And I think that term belonging would have been really nice to, instead of using the DEI term, which is so loaded, it would have been nice to use the term belonging just as Santa Clara County does. I know in a preceding resolution, this committee had the word unity in it. Those terms sort of sum up how I would hope Los Gatos moves towards becoming a place where my daughters would feel comfortable living here and raising a family.
Okay, as a follow-on question, are your daughters comfortable here right now? Or do you think it's comfortable if they wanted to live here now, or do you think things need to change?
Well, you know what, they, just like me, they are not part, just looking at them, they are not individuals that are typically felt to be underrepresented. They're not typically the targets of public public abuse, public harassment. So they move through the world in a rarefied way that other people also want to move. They want that dignity, they want that respect. My daughters get that. I think the obligation of our government here in Los Gatos is to give that to everybody, to extend that dignity and grace and humility to everybody.
Thank you. And I was just going to say, as a side note, I also think if the committee, once the commission gets formed, if they want to come up with a better name, I for one wouldn't be opposed.
The name, a name means a lot, yeah.
Anyway, I agree. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Delaney, for your application. So as you know, the JEDI plan probably has 80 to 100 implementation action items. So if appointed, what work plan priorities would you propose for the first year?
One I'd like to point out is the idea of a new tagline for Los Gatos. I don't understand, if you look at the bottom of the website page for Los Gatos, small town service, small town service. Now I know small town means something to people in Los Gatos, and it's considered a positive. But the fact is, since May, when Jason Aldean's song, country song, "Don't Try This in a Small Town," became really big, it caused a real exploration of the historical meanings of small town versus city, of town versus city, what that means, the cultural significance of it, the historical significance of it. And so if somebody from outside of Los Gatos sees small town, it can mean something absolutely different to them than what people here think of it, and it's a negative. It means, you know, you also can Google small town mentality, and it's full of it really defines people's the idea of people in small towns as not being inclusive, as not being broad-minded. And so as far as the plan goes, one of the first action items, I think, that would be, and it would be interesting, this goes to the character of the town that you keep asking about, is to come up with a new tagline and take out, or at least consider, maybe I'm totally off base, but at least consider whether small town is really conveying the message to outsiders, to new residents, of what Los Gatos is really all about.
So you brought up character, so how do you define the character of our town?
Well, so this is something I would love to explore with the other people who know Los Gatos. I only know a small, my own little small part of it. This is just like when I joined the civil grand jury. It was a wonderful experience in talking to 18 other people throughout the county and finding out about their experiences living in Santa Clara County. I have a selfish reason for wanting to be on this committee in terms of just replicating that experience of learning how it is other people move through town, what their experiences are, because I know my experiences are unique, unique to me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Thank you. Thank you for your application. You've sort of gotten to this in a few different ways, but in your application, you talk about kind of three main roles you see for the commission, the first being sounding board, the second being kind of collection point, and then the third being whiteboard. So could you talk a little bit more to anything that you might, any other ideas you might see this commission recommending to the council?
Yeah. Well, actually, just coincidentally, today, the Citizen Advisory Committee on Elections for the county just presented a preliminary report on ranked choice voting to the Board of Supervisors. Ranked choice voting provides, I think, an opportunity for people to, for the voters in Los Gatos to feel more connected to their, to the electoral process than the current process. What was interesting about that draft report is it mentions that Ojai, I think it's the city of Ojai, which is a general law city. Most cities that have tried ranked choice voting in California have been charter cities, but Ojai, a general law city, has adopted ranked choice voting. Now, there's some problems with it in terms of the governor having to approve that, allowing general law cities to use ranked choice voting, but the county is going to, I think, as a charter, make a charter change so that perhaps to have ranked choice voting. And the interesting thing that the report provides is all the mechanics that need to go into having ranked choice voting, the systems that the Register of Voters for the county needs to have in order to implement a ranked choice voting system. But it seems to me, once that system is in place at the county level, it should be pretty easy for it to be implemented at the town level. Again, I think this is a way of bringing more people into the election process here in Los Gatos, just as I think that the term limits also provided a change in how people perceive the town council. And I just want to connect that to my experience in New York City on the campaign finance board. That was part of the charter reform to make the city make city government reflect the people who live in the 5 boroughs of New York. So from my very early professional days, I know that changes in the electoral structure, the electoral processes, can really make a difference in how people feel, have the buy-in to what their government is doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Our next applicant is Jamie Donofrio.
Good evening.
Welcome, Jamie. I'll start with Councilmember Moore, if you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your application and the things you've already done to contribute to DEI in our community. I wanted to hear a little bit about how you see this commission connecting to, kind of existing DEI work that's going on at places like your employer, and also how you see you applied under the nonprofit or business employee role. So how you see that connecting this commission to the broader community kind of at large.
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of our DEI work in Los Gatos so far has been done with the help of nonprofits, faith leaders, businesses such as the Jedi Committee that we've had before, because it requires those people's input, since a lot of those people kind of already know what's going on in Los Gatos, which a lot of people may not already know. Things like Heritage Days or Heritage Months and how those are being celebrated in town are things that these nonprofits are already going to be working on. And so if the town is trying to just double that effort instead of collaborating in a resourceful way, it's not only going to be a waste of time and money, but it's going to split groups that may otherwise be connected and working together for going to these events. So it's going to take a lot of intentional outreach to everyone involved.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your application. So you mentioned that no individual should be able to strong-arm the commission. Can you elaborate on that statement? Got me worried here.
Sorry, I was just trying to say that obviously it's a democracy, and the question was, I felt a little leading, where I was trying to say, like, how is your personal interests going to get in the way of the committee? And I don't think anyone's personal interest should, because I think it should be a collaborative, it should be a discussion from start to finish. So everyone should have their say, they should listen to everyone, and they should, forge their own opinions. But of course, it's an advisory committee, so it is our job to understand what's going on, bring it all together, and then bring it to you guys.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you. I liked your phrase in there talking about the role of the commission would be like a home for accountability. And could you expand on that for me?
Yeah. So DEI work it's incredibly difficult work, and it is uncomfortable work. And people want to kind of stay away from that if they get the chance. But it needs to be done. And so you need a place where you know what the goals are, like we go through this list of this discovery report where we're trying to know what's going on in the town and what we want to do, and to know that these things still need to be worked on. So we're holding the town council accountable, we're holding our community accountable, and we're holding ourselves accountable in knowing that we want to get through that and making ourselves micro goals to then reach that checklist.
Sounds good. Thank you. Council Member Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. You have a very interesting sentence in here. It says that you're a marketing consultant for Mosaic America, and the mission of it is to activate social cohesion by connecting people to place, history, and each other, and cultivating belonging through consistent and purposeful multicultural gatherings. Explain to me how does that work?
Yes. So I did not write the mission, but the point of it is Mosaic America specifically does multicultural performances. So they bring in artists from across the Bay Area, specifically Bay Area-based artists who come from different backgrounds. And then when they perform together, it is a celebration of diversity as well as intercultural connection. So in being all in this area and from this area, but also from around the world, they are not only becoming more connected to their heritages, they're becoming more connected with each other and with their local communities. Does that make sense?
And so that, I mean, when we talk about history, a lot of us like to celebrate and remember the history of Los Gatos.
Yes.
So is that part of helping maybe new people that haven't been here as long understand the history? Is that part of how you create this social cohesion?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that organization is not necessarily Los Gatos based, so it is the history of the entire Bay Area. But I work at a history museum. I am very passionate about remembering the history of this town and understanding it and celebrating it, and also knowing that not all parts of it are necessarily good and that we can grow. And that's the point of it, to grow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I guess the question I have again is, have you read the enabling resolution for the commission?
I have, yes.
Yeah, great. And what aspect, and a work plan was not developed, but that seems to be one of the tasks for the commission. So what aspects of the work plan would you see that could provide tangible and measurable benefit?
Yes. The part of the work plan that most stood out to me was the chance to create a collaborative space for community members to come in and be educated, as well as hold dialogue with each other. And this involves, not just the systems that we already have in place, but also intentional outreach to community members, whether that's through resources in different languages, physical flyering or, social media campaigns, just trying to make it as accessible as possible.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next applicant is Diane Fisher. And I think she's on Zoom. Hello. Welcome, Diane.
Hey.
Hi. Let's see. I will start. We'll go along asking questions. I'll start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wanted to come back to the character of the town of Los Gatos. What's your perception of the character of the town of Los Gatos, and how could DEI efforts impact it?
So I think Los Gatos is actually fairly diverse and maybe doesn't fully appreciate it itself because people just haven't had enough opportunities to get to know each other in different segments of the community. So I think it's a self-knowledge and self-awareness process, first of all, in terms of acknowledging the character of the community. And so what is really important about creating this commission is that I think, for me, it starts from the March Against Hate and allows us to do what we really wanted to do then, which is to not be against something, but to be for something, right? To use this opportunity to build that positive inclusion lens that we wanted to create as an outcome of that kind of momentous moment when people came together and felt very compelled to be very intentional and deliberate about being inclusive. But we haven't then, built on that. So this is a really important opportunity to build on that moment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. Ms. Fisher, you said that you think Los Gatos is fairly diverse, but they don't really realize it. So how do you think we go about helping people realize they're diverse and that we are diverse, and how is that going to help our DEI mission?
So I think one of the important ideas in that JEDI report is the idea of dialogue, learning circles, and opportunities to sit together and know more about each other. This relationship building process has to be intentional, right? I don't think it just happens on accident. So that idea of making creating opportunities for people to sit together and learn more about each other, and then creating the other idea in the report was to have a public-facing campaign about this. So, like I remember after the March Against Hate, we were talking about having maybe new banners from the light poles, or just like the idea that people will be talking about it, right? And that in town, in businesses, in schools, in every domain, that people will talk about it. So I think that's how we go about becoming more self-aware.
Thank you.
Thank you. In your application, you talked, one of the things that struck me was you talked about building strong relationships and trust among commissioners. And that just sounds like a great idea, because with an 11-person commission coming from a variety of places to do the work of the community, it sounds like you need to be able to work together. So can you talk to me about, what your ideas would be for that? And then, there's two different things, because I think about the internal part of recognizing our diversity within the community and then being welcoming to guests. But if you can talk about how, starting with the commission members, you can capitalize on that work.
Yeah, I think that the very first task of this commission will be to really, really get to know each other, and be very intentional about that. I've been, as the town staff also went through an ALF process. I am an ALF senior fellow, and I think I would look forward to utilizing some of those skills to sit together and go through exercises to truly deeply know each other, and develop trust between each other, because we're going to be talking about things that are difficult sometimes to talk about, and we have to be comfortable with that, and to trust each other, that we care about each other, we care about the work, and that we can do that. That kind of be comfortable with the uncomfortable conversation sometimes. And then I think my idea for the main, work plan, honestly, beyond that, making the commission really a strong commission, is to create ambassadors in the community. You can't legislate relationships between people, right? You can't ordain it. But if each one of us on this commission, once we feel really trusting and connected to each other, has connections out in the community that expand our trust of each other and our abilities to speak with each other about these topics, we generate ambassadors, whether it's in the business world, in the school districts, amongst students, in the faith communities, right? In every domain in our community, if we can figure out ways to create ambassadors that are like ourselves out in the community, then those people have the opportunity to create the work in those other domains. I think, as it was said before, that this commission or the town council doesn't have control over what school districts teach or what businesses do, but what we can do is create ambassadors for a sense of belonging, for a sense of inclusion, for an ability to appreciate and respect each other. And I think that's how we build it out into the community, at least in the first year of this commission, is just really should be about relationship building and some dialogue circles, a public facing campaign, and developing ambassadors throughout the community.
Great, thank you very much. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your involvement in conceiving the Los Gatos Against Hate rally. That was very effective. You brought 3,000 people together. So along with that line, how can the DEI Commission effectively change hateful behavior and civil discourse?
Well, some of the things that I was just mentioning, creating this sense of ambassador, creating ambassadors within all of these different domains. What you do is not so much push out hate, is lift up inclusion, right? I think in that moment of that march, even many people wanted to not call it Walk Against Hate, right? But that's what we needed to do in that moment, because we felt under attack in a lot of ways, right? Many of us did. But now we're in the position where we're going to be lifting up a sense of inclusion, and that has to do with education, and that has to do with spending time. It has to do with just showing up for each other. While it would be nice to create some more events, and there are opportunities for that, I think the first step is just showing up in each other's spaces, right? Participating in different faith community works, different school works, different senior projects, right? Showing up for each other is like how you build that sense of trust across differences, right? Where we might have different political perspectives, we might have different religious perspectives, different ethnic backgrounds, but we build a sense of trust by just being with each other, literally showing up. In my 18 years of doing community relations work, I would say the most important lesson was always just learning to show up for each other.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your application. So you applied to this commission as a faith leader, and you've had a very long and robust career as a faith leader. So I'm curious to hear about how you would connect this commission and the work of this commission to the faith community here in Los Gatos.
Yeah, I think it would be a great opportunity for this commission, for my seat in the commission, to help strengthen Los Gatos Clergy Association and the network of all of our faith communities. I mean, we have one. I think it could be stronger. And I think that this moment of lifting up the DEI Commission and lifting up the focus and the lens of this work in the town I'm hopeful that, when I go out to speak to the Los Gatos Clergy Association, when I, work with the many, many friends that I have in the different faith communities, and they know that this commission has been created, and they know that there is a focus and an effort and a real dedication to this work, I feel that it'll lift them up. And so that is my hope, to strengthen them. And enable them to do more. I mean, we have a, interfaith Thanksgiving service. There are, some opportunities, but I think it could be much, much stronger. And I think we just hopefully, would inspire all of those communities to find more opportunities, as I said, to show up for each other, to be in each other's spaces, to know about each other more.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions? All right. Thank you, Diane. Our next applicant is Verily Isaacs. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. I will start with Councilmember Moore. I'm randomizing it very randomly, so if I miss somebody going first, I'm sorry.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your application and for the work you've already done in this area. I'm curious to hear about, I think you've actually told this council a bit in the past about projects and initiatives you'd like to see the commission explore. Could you remind us of some of those ideas and what some of the things you'd like to see the commission take on in the first year would be?
Sure. So I did participate in the Jedi Council, or the task force rather. So we did have a lot of different ideas there. I come from a marketing and program background, and one of the things that I think is really important is all the work that Los Gatos community leaders already do with DEI. I've heard tonight, so many people say we need to combine those efforts. We need to collaborate. And I think there's some real low-hanging fruit in our community to do that. Some really simple steps, partnering even with our visitor center, and aligning with our NUMU and our museum and the Los Gatos Rec. We have some really powerhouse entities here doing incredible work. And I think that collaboration is key.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
I have the same question I asked Ms. Fisher. Thank you for your involvement in conceiving the Los Gatos United Against Hate. So how can the DEI effectively change hateful behavior and civil discourse that we have witnessed this past year?
A couple of ideas, and I want to applaud Diane's answer. I completely agree. It's through sitting with one another, being there with one another, listening. I really feel that storytelling is a very powerful tool. Even listening tonight to some of the applicants share some of their stories, it makes you pause, it makes you reflect, it makes you think, what was your life like? I have a son at the school, and it gives me the opportunity to really see what's happening in our community, I think, from a youth perspective. And sorry, I got off track now. What else was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, how could the DEI Commission effectively change hateful behavior and the civil discourse that we've witnessed, in particular in this past year?
Yeah, so
actually dating back to Mayor Sayak's tenure.
So I'm really going to emphasize storytelling and some programs and all that. And there's some really cool opportunities to do some storytelling with technology tools. Like if you've seen at the high school, they're using, MetaQuest vision sets. And I remember going with Falake, we went to San Jose State University, and she put on a headset for the first time, and she showed me where she lived. And I think her excitement in sharing with me, we had a mutual understanding and got to, I think, appreciate something that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So I think this community has tremendous opportunity to create some really robust programs so that we all better understand one another and appreciate one another.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, and I have one more thing to that. One other thing was bystander intervention training. We did have someone come to the high school, and they gave a really wonderful lesson on bystander intervention. I think there's the See Something, Say Something. There's lots of different programs, but there's some things that I think this commission could do to identify opportunities and, bring those to the community.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You had a lot of great information in your application, and I do appreciate the work you did on the March Against Hate. And now we're going to pull up the positive. One thing you talked about was there are existing town programs that could be marketed differently. Could you give me an example of one, or what you mean by that?
Well, I think I've kind of touched on them in a way. Like I look at, the visitor center. We have a calendar there that, shares all these opportunities. Come to Los Gatos, visit Los Gatos. It's a welcoming, great place to be. And then we have all these different entities that are pursuing their own programs. I think one thing I'd really like to see is collaboration across the board of all of our different events, and they could publish that on a calendar, and we could all be moving in the same direction. Again, I kind of just touched on see something, say something. I think that that's a campaign that could certainly be broadened, and we could do more with that. So when there are hateful incidents, that people are empowered, that they have the right knowledge and they know the steps to take to, I think, intervene or stand up for someone.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rennie, a question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you know a lot about different programs and campaigns. Do you have other unique experiences or perspectives that you could help the council understand?
Yes, I think
better achieve our DI goals.
Yeah, I think that many of you know my family. I come from a very diverse family. We have many different races in my family. We have many different sexual orientations. I want Los Gatos to be a place where everyone belongs and where everyone at every level, at every age, feels like they're a part of this community. I too think that the DEI label is not the right fit. I think that right off the bat, it really invokes, I think, a defensiveness, and that's not what this is about. This is truly about, I think, celebrating the differences in our community and giving opportunity to others, and just making this a place where everyone feels like they belong.
Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. There's so many aspects to this. I wanted to talk about diversity for a minute. Diversity can be defined along several dimensions: racial, economic, cultural. What aspect of diversity do you think should be a primary focus of the town's DEI efforts?
I think it all should. I sat with Maria a while back, and we were just talking, or I actually met with someone at Fisher too, and we were just talking about some disabilities and how the town, there's so many things the town can do. Here we have, we have the town movie theater, and there's opportunities where we could turn the lights up so those with sensory issues, have a better experience. And we could do things and set things in stone, so it's not, is that happening this month? Instead, I want them to say, hey, it's the first Sunday of the month, let's go do that. And it's published somewhere. It's not hard to find on a government website that it's part of our visitors welcome center, because we want everyone to feel welcome here. So I don't want to narrow it to promoting, that a race is more important or a sexual orientation is more important. It's all important. Everyone should feel welcome here.
Thank you. I think that's fair.
Okay.
Do we have any questions? Any others? All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Our next applicant is Pradeep Kanal.
I just received notification that he had to drop off.
Oh,
so he
okay.
won't be available to interview.
He's not available to interview at all tonight? Okay.
Yeah, he just dropped off.
Okay. So remove that. All right, then our next applicant is Carmen Lowe. You can take the microphone. Yeah.
Let's celebrate diversity of height. Here we go.
That's
Good
right.
evening.
Good evening and welcome. I'll start off with Councilmember Hughes.
Thank you. So I think I'm going to go back to that same question. Diversity can be defined along many dimensions, just to name a couple, racial or economic or even cultural diversity. What aspect of diversity do you think should be a primary focus of the town's DEI efforts?
So I would say that, again, it's very difficult to prioritize things, and particularly understanding that people's identities are so much more complicated than having a single box that you can check. I think a lot of people have varying types of identities, and so to be able to say that one should be prioritized over another is really just not indicative of the reality of people's lived experiences. But I will say that it would be good for the commission to be looking at the issue of diversity and seeing certain groups that may be underrepresented within the town, and that in certain instances, like when we are doing community building, ways that we can be reaching out to those certain groups or certain people who identify in those groups to collaborate and do more community building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump over to Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your application. I think your background as a pro bono lawyer is something really interesting, and would be potentially offer a different perspective to this commission. But I wanted to hone in on your role as a parent and how you talk in your application about raising mixed race children in this town. And I wanted to hear how you're thinking about this how this commission could contribute positively to the future for your kids and make this town a more inclusive place for the next generation.
Absolutely. So my husband identifies as Japanese and as white. I am Chinese American. I'm also an immigrant. And so to raise children who are mixed race is something I really think about a lot. I have a lot of passion for understanding diversity, equity, and inclusion issues, and I want to be able to raise my children with those same values of understanding these issues and how do we bridge differences, how do we live in these multicultural societies. And so to your question about how does that inform me and how do I see the commission having a role in that, is that the town should also be living the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. It really runs the gamut of any type of programming or committee that the town has. And so, part of it is in the JEDI, for example, in the JEDI planning, there was some discussion about how we should be working with the schools and building community with the schools to understand how do we push equity and inclusion efforts in the schools. And then we can be doing that in other spaces in which young people who are so impressionable and should be learning these values, how else we can do that in the town, such as in our public spaces like the library.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll jump over to Councilmember Rennie.
My question's kind of already been answered. I'm going to skip.
Okay, then I'll go back to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Lowe, for your application, and I can relate to diversity and height. You may not believe it with me sitting up here, but if I was down there, you would understand. You mentioned creativity in building and executing a plan to get a defined solution. So how could we measure the success of a commission with defined solutions?
Absolutely. I think part of it is really defining what diversity, equity, and inclusion is. So diversity being who's at the table, just numbers. Equity being the fair treatment of others, but with an understanding of different people come to the table with different privileges. And also inclusion being an individual's feeling of belonging inside a community. And so we have to be able to define that, set goals for what we want the commission to accomplish, and it's through this lens that will be able to really consider how we advise the committee on, or the city council on the various things that you'll be asking us to advise upon. So particularly too, as to defining the success, part of it is it's really difficult to define successes in these areas, but in the DEI space, we do look at things like metrics and data, and we have metrics and data about the community, just in terms of, the percentages of racial and ethnic backgrounds, the percentage of socioeconomic backgrounds. But those are things that we can look at and that can be really concrete to see, how we can measure successes and how has that changed? Has the diversity metrics changed? Have we created, have we reached out to certain groups that need it, that are underrepresented?
So thank you for your insight. The metrics are helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. I had a couple of thoughts, questions. One is, one thing that's harder for me to measure is even if the demographics of Los Gatos don't change, how do we make sure that everybody feels included across the board? And how do we measure? I don't know how you would measure that, but can we measure happiness or inclusion?
I think that would have to be defined by the communities which are most impacted. And that has to be led by communities that are underrepresented in the town, or that maybe feel like there are issues of, not having any belonging. So, I think one really great example was the bystander training. So as a member of the Asian American community, there has been a big rise in anti-Asian hate crimes. And so, it's difficult to say, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much safer do I feel out on the streets? But I do think one thing you can measure is how many programs or community events are we creating that actually answers and responds to what the communities that are underrepresented say that they want.
Okay, great. And then sort of separately, you had a great, you quoted a study where you talked about segregation and how it can harm people in the minority, but also how it harms white children because they grow up in an environment that's not inclusive. They don't benefit from being around other people. One of the things I'm thinking about is in the discussions of DEI and in the creation of this commission, there were people with a feeling of either there's not a problem, we don't need this, or I think sometimes people feeling threatened, like something will be taken away from them. So your positive messaging about the strength of diversity is helpful. How would you envision that we could message that, we're not pushing someone out to bring people in, that it's more inclusive?
Absolutely. I think that...
because to follow up, what I'm saying is we need to reach out not just to the people who feel marginalized because they weren't included. How do we make sure the rest of our residents don't feel? Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that for communities that feel like these DEI measures take away from them, it's a really unfortunate zero-sum thinking. And it's really sad. So I think it's important to really point out, not just that it is a moral imperative that we create a town and a community that can really celebrate and see people's unique differences, but it's also beneficial because studies over and over show that really in any platform, whether it be in the schools, whether it be in the way that towns work, to problem solve, whether it be in businesses, that the more diverse, the more different people who have different ways of thinking come to the table. And the way that those people come to the table and also feel like they can be themselves and that they are celebrated for their different way of thinking, that those groups tend to be much more innovative, that those groups tend to be better critical thinkers, that they're better problem solvers. And it's so important because we need to be leveraging this power of the diversity and these conversations in order to really set our town up so that we can so that we can currently work in, you know, in an area and in a world that's getting more and more globalized, particularly for our young people.
Great, thank you. Looks like Councilmember Rennie has a question.
Yeah, you've used the term a couple times, underrepresented communities. And it occurred to me that's kind of a buzzword that gets used over and over, and I'm not sure I really know what it means when you talk about underrepresented communities. I think, well, okay, does that mean there's not very many of them in Los Gatos and we should get more? Does it mean there's a large number of them in Los Gatos, but there isn't one of them on the town council? What does that really mean? And if and you used it several times, so it sounds like it's bad. So how do they become represented?
All of that you just said. So it's not just in the town, the makeup of the town, but it's also the makeup of leadership in the town, and the makeup of the businesses that we have in the town, the makeup of the teachers that we have in the school. I know that, you know, the schools are kind of under a separate jurisdiction, but I think that we can be looking at those numbers and those groups in terms of all different levels of power and structures and institutions that we have at the town. I mean, the term underrepresented is like a general term that is defined. I mean, we can look at many, many years and histories of studies of things like segregation. And, you know, Los Gatos was found as one of the most segregated towns in the Bay Area. And so that's definitely one of the things that we should be looking at and that we should be addressing.
So if I could explore a little more.
Yeah.
So for example, let's say we have a sizable Indian community in Los Gatos, and they're here because they're wealthy, they're tech entrepreneurs or something like that. But we say, well, we got, you know, 5% Indians in Los Gatos, but none of them are store owners. Does that mean they're unrepresented? Should we push somebody to become a store owner when it's not really what they're interested in? See what I mean by how, you know, you're saying we should get people represented, but maybe they don't want to be represented in the various ways we've defined as they need to be represented.
This is an incredibly hypothetical question. And so I think it would be important to look at the history of the policies of how we got here. So why is it that this is that there is a large proportion of white people in this town? There's a lot of history of policies of redlining, of housing discrimination. And so I think you have to look at each specific issue individually. It's really difficult to say, here's a blanket solution. I mean, part of it could be, okay, so let's say that we don't have much representation, say, on the town council, or there's a certain department where at the city government level where we're not getting a lot of representation of certain people of color. Well, maybe there's certain policies that we can institute so that we can be improving that and increasing that. So, for example, ensuring that for every open application or open position that we look at and hire and, you know, ensure in the applicant pool that there's people who are people of color. So it's just thinking about ways that there may be barriers to entry that we're just kind of blinded to. We're kind of blindsided to. And I think that's the whole point of the commission, is to look at things through this DEI lens to be able to flag some of these issues that we may not see and aren't readily apparent.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next applicant is Jeanette Lovely.
We received an email that she's unable to attend.
Okay, she's not on Zoom either. Okay, I didn't see her in the room. Okay. Excuse me for a second. All right, and we already interviewed Dory. So go to the next application here. All right, Falake Phillips.
everyone. My apologies, I couldn't be here on time. I needed to be at my son's first soccer game.
Ah, yes, the real football, right? Well, you're here exactly on time because you're here when we called on you.
Yes.
So welcome.
Thank you.
I'll start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the enabling resolution for the commission, and we reviewed a plan, but it was clear that we needed to do a work plan, and that would become the work of the commission itself. What are some aspects of the that should be in a work plan that are tangible and will produce tangible results and benefits?
Thank you. One that is very important to me personally that I like to see is training and wellness. DEI work, as many people have said, is very difficult work. I may not have been involved in it in a sort of official way, but I am involved in it in a personal and a business/community making way. It requires a lot of training for people to understand what is expected of them, what they're getting into, improve capacity, just learn new work. And the wellness aspect is in form of retreats and programming that can help ensure that the oil needed to keep it going is there. That's something that is extremely important when it comes to sustainability. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Thank you. Maybe I wanted to word it as, what are your favorite or what do you find for you the primary ways to create social cohesion?
Definitely education and awareness. That's how I do the work that I do in community and support it with the arts and culture. Only because I learned that people did not want to have the dialogue, wanted to wish the issues away, and basically, if we've identified a problem, that's half of it. The remainder of the half is, what are we going to do? How do we actually get it done? And if we're not coming together in certain spaces to actually do the work and put actions behind our words or what we're realizing, then it's, I guess, redlining again and slavery again and genocide again and all of the historical issues that I have come to learn about in the United States.
And so what I think you said is, and I asked for your favorite, and
my favorite. Sorry,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
What I think you said was one way that's practiced a lot is to try and have dialogue, but your favorite is to kind of attack those people that, attack's not the right word, but attack that part of the problem for people that aren't interested in dialoguing but could still be brought closer. And so those techniques as sharing arts and culture and so forth, and that's your preferred way to go about solving a piece of the puzzle. But the other part is still important also, I assume.
The education and awareness is the primary part, the arts and culture supports. My favorite would be global mindset thinking. I grew up in Nigeria. I am Nigerian through and through. I love being Nigerian. I appreciate that I'm here and I'm the mother of an American. But I was raised by parents and a family setting that didn't have to bear any of this, but were very open-minded, global traveler type people and took us to different places where we had friends, family, lots of places in Europe. I went to university in England. I always went back home to Nigeria, met people from different parts of the world while studying in England. And all of that has just shaped my thinking, my outlook to life in general, and just the multiculturalism and all that is that all of us here and in this town can learn by being open-minded, by being by willingness to be curious and to ask a question, no matter how silly it might sound, and just, test your curiosities, use that as opportunities to gain knowledge, improve self-understanding. I love to see color because I walk into this room and I stand out, and I don't want anyone to not see me as a Nigerian woman. I mean, black and all those colors are quite foreign to someone like me, but if that's what is used here, I would like to be seen as such and be seen, and rather than pretend or further add to ways that perpetuate all of these issues that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your application. I'm looking at it, and you have identified 3 immediate work opportunities. And top of the list is affordable housing. So can you define affordable housing?
I recently started to make time to attend some workshops to gain more knowledge about what that could look like. And I think it looks different from community to community. For Los Gatos, I would like to see certain people that come here to town to work. I would like them to see that opportunity as their opportunity to, get a leg up and be able to have home ownership. I have a dear friend who works at the high school and cannot afford to have a home in this place when she was trying to buy a home, and she had to buy outside of Los Gatos and travel here for work to help our children in very critical ways, like in areas of mental health and counseling and all of the other beautiful ways that other people in different, in their different walks of life contribute to the community, but don't necessarily live here. Can everybody live here? I don't think so, but some people should be able to get the opportunity that many people who live here or are generations over here got themselves, whether through exclusionary practices or what have you, but people should get the opportunity. And I think affordable housing could be defined as such in a meaningful way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your application and all the work you do in the community today. I love that right under affordable housing, you put Town of Los Gatos sponsored multicultural event. I think that's a really interesting idea and one that I'd love to see explored. So one of the lenses that you applied under is the nonprofit employee running OWL. Could you talk to how you would try to bring kind of the nonprofit community into DEI work and represent the nonprofit community on the commission?
So I'll use again personal example for next year. One of the work we will be doing around Black History Month focuses on 2 groups, youth for financial wellness and family fun, and, financial wellness, but families for family fun and financial wellness. Those are the 2 groups. The youth group, I reached out to the president of the BSU, since it's Black History Month specifically, I reached out to the president of the BSU group in Los Gatos High School, who, by the way, the Santa Clara Office of Education didn't know Los Gatos had a BSU, group. They just assumed there was none. But then I reached out to that group to see how she could connect us to the other BSU student leader presidents in the county. And I will be working personally with a friend who works with the Santa Clara Office of Education TAYA is a nonprofit that works with youth for youth advocacy in education. And the SCABI, they are educators in Santa Clara County. TAYA, SCABI, nonprofit organizations. So I guess summary would be collaborative efforts, bringing those nonprofits whose visions, mission, intentions align with the DEI Commission to do programming in a way that informs and engages the town and those outside of the town, because I love the approach of involving those outside of the town from the economic angle, from the real work of breaking cultural silos angle, and being in spaces with one another. So that's one way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to say that the name DEI, even though that was not the name we came up with, I think the B is the only missing thing. I really do not think that DEI as a name is threatening in any way. It's what it is. That's the issue of the day. These are modern times, modern technologies, and it's a favorable language. It's more favorable than tolerance.
That's a good point. I think most of my questions have been answered. I just have a kind of a simple one because I've attended some events you've put on, and one of the things I think about when you talk about multiculturalism is, there's the potential to have other events that pull the community in. But one question I had, and I don't know if you could come up with an answer right now, is there an existing celebration or event that we have in town that you think could be made more multicultural?
Of the 4 official ones in town, I don't think so. I think there needs to be a town-sponsored, official town event that is multicultural in nature.
Okay, so you would be thinking of that. And, when I look at this, I mean, so many applicants have so many ideas, so much deep, rich thought. And I think what I want to make sure is all the commissioners know, doing commission work means things move slowly. Mm-hmm. And so, in the first year, what would be your one top priority if you were appointed to this commission, for the commission and yourself?
Mm-hmm. For myself, easy, the training and wellness, well, for the entire commission, but the training and wellness, really understanding what we're coming into. And I will align with a lot of the things Diane said in terms of the work in the first year of engaging with, public front-facing messaging for the community. That was something that I was discussing with the former executive director of the Chamber of Commerce in terms of expanding upon the Listen, Learn, Change, Grow campaign, a wonderful forever campaign, I believe, in my own personal opinion, expanding upon that in a way that further inform the public. So those are some of the first things I would like to see happen.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do we have any follow-on questions? It looks like not. Okay, thank you. Did you have a
yes,
comment?
I just want to add that, yes, change takes a minute, but I want to highlight some big changes that are, for me, important to share. Tomorrow at Lexington Elementary School, they'll be having their first Kwanzaa assembly. I'll be volunteering and supporting, and I think that's important to share with everyone here. The town itself has funded and supported a critical program of ours that we're trying to get off ground, titled Stories in Schools, where we believe, personally, with myself, that our youth are the key to racial social justice. And so there's a school program that we are developing and about to pilot that puts the youth at the forefront of community service reimagined in a completely different way, where they're able to work with immigrant minority businesses to address implicit bias, share their own stories, learn from those people, be in the same space with people that look differently from themselves, and learn from all of those experiences, observe and document things. So that's a program that would be addressing issues at the intersection of color, class, and culture. And so I'm very thankful to the town for supporting that. There's still a lot of work to do, of course, always is, but Los Gatos is maturing. I very much believe in this town to step up and rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We've got 2 more applicants for this commission. So Johannes Swanberg. And I got it wrong again, didn't I?
No, that was fine. Thank you. Thank you very much, council members. I'll let you know I come with tremendous bias because I think Los Gatos is the greatest town in the Bay Area. So hopefully that'll come across.
All right, sounds good. I'll start with Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for your application. So I wanted to see if you could expand on the role of the commission. You talked about it being an advisory board, but I'm curious how you would define DEI and how you kind of think about the role of the commission in working towards that end.
Good question. I've been formulating my thoughts as I've been hearing all these great ideas. I come in a little bit with the bias of a problem solver because I'd like to see the commission have tangible deliverables, accomplishments, and not just telling the town or the council, do this, do this, do this. These are all our problems. I think the town deserves some measure of results. So I would like to bring some focus of actions and deliverables specifically, whether it's education or a program, a project that's also sustainable, because I don't believe things, unless it's embraced by the community, will really be sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Badami.
Thank you for your application. So you expressed a desire to bring unique ideas and solutions to the commission's focus. Can you elaborate on any ideas and solutions that you have at the forefront, or will that be something that will be evolving?
I'd be remiss to say I have solutions. I think everyone's touched on efforts to improve things. I think one idea, again with my optimism, I think there actually is a lot of diversity within the town. Maybe not on its appearance, but in my experience living here over 2.5 decades, the people I meet, everyone has a remarkably unique story. And I think highlighting, as people said previously, like educating the youth, the town, of the remarkable, unique stories people have, I think brings a sense of community. And we've all ended up in Los Gatos for a reason. I think everyone's is unique, but we're here for a magical reason. And I think highlighting that would be a service to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. As I was looking through your application, the one thing that really struck me, and I mean this not in a negative way, but your primary focus when you were talking about your experience with DEI was talking about the needs for older adults, and through the lens of you recovering from a health setback, understanding what it's like to have disabilities. And both of those things strike me as something strong. They also align with community health and senior services, which I'm not saying you shouldn't be applying to this commission. Can you expand on what other types of diversity or access or outreach we would need in our community?
So that community specifically, or just in general? Our community.
Since you brought those up maybe you could expand on that, what insights you have on those two.
So we all look at, through our life experiences, how we view the world. I grew up mixed race. When I look back, I'm sharing pictures with my brother, I was the odd man out on the East Coast of mixed race. Not only was I odd man out, I was fat, I was funny looking. but I didn't feel that way. And I don't know if I was treated differently, but I had a sense of belonging. And through my own experience of realizing there's this polarization or diversity of experiences, that's how I think I've gone through life realizing that the diversity of experiences probably has been more impactful on me than the diversity of how you might see me. And that includes my own health issues, realizing that other people have different experiences, and if you're not aware of them, you have no comprehension of what they're going through. So it really, I think, framed or changed how I viewed. What we see isn't what really is going on there. So that's why I say this community is remarkably diverse. We just don't know it.
So how would you get people to understand it? Or so do you see the role of the commission to share that? I mean, you talked about stories.
So I was thinking, well, what exactly would I do or should the commission do? Or I shouldn't say somebody. I think highlighting the members of the community. There are a lot of silent, remarkable stories. And earlier when people were talking about seniors, seniors don't retire. They don't come here to retire. They've been here a long time. And the ones that I've met have just amazing stories and just highlight things. And I think it would be a disservice to the younger community because they're not often seen, because we talk about difficulty of getting out. And I went through my own experience where I was no longer kind of actively involved in the community, and you feel really detached. I don't feel that way now. I feel like I'm part of the community. I think the goal of the commission should be that all the residents feel like they're part of Los Gatos.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Unfortunately, he keeps answering all the questions. I was going to ask him about how he's going to use his problem solving, and he told us he's going to focus on accomplishable deliverables. And I was going to ask him what other experiences he had, and he answered that. So I'm going to pass for now unless I can think of more questions.
Right, and we're not required to ask questions because the applications are very robust as well.
It was a good setup.
Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate your different perspectives that you've brought to this. You did mention tangible, which is a key word for me because frankly, in reading some of the reports that were background, it was hard for me to find some tangible actions. I'm going to kind of ask you again whether there are some tangible aspects that might end up in a work plan that could be measurable that haven't been mentioned so far, or that you haven't mentioned so far.
Sure. So my style, I don't feel good just because I talk. I would want to be part of something that actually does something or has something to show for the time and effort put in. So the past weekend at the Christmas parade, I actually think we don't celebrate Christmas. Remarkably diverse, and I look at all the participants and you see they're from different areas. I'm just highlighting it that's something that actually brings the town together. The interesting thing is my wife and I, we spoke with a handful of various people, strangers. They were all from outside of the town. They'd come here because they wanted to be here. And so to answer your question, an event, you were asking about, I think the previous person was asked, what would you do? And this idea just came to me as I was sitting there. Well, if there's a deliverable for an action, I would do some community event where you bring all the cultures that have their foods, because we all have to eat, bring it together. Not just Oktoberfest or not just an event, but why not bring all the cultures and highlight the restaurants or whoever wants to highlight their foods. I love food. I think most people eat every day. You're going to do it anyway.
Great. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. Yes, did you have a comment?
I was just going to comment. I apologize if I leave early. Please don't take it as a sign of disinterest.
Nobody has to stay here if they're finished.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that does not reflect on the last person to speak if people don't stay and I apologize for the order this went in for everybody who's at the end. Our final applicant for this commission is Gordon Yamate.
Good evening.
Welcome, Gordon. I'm going to start off with a question because you brought up something in your application that sounded really interesting, and I wanted to hear more about it. The program called Everybody Eats Lunch.
Yes.
And it almost segues on what Johannes was talking about. But
there are themes that bring people together. Food is one really interesting entry point for relationships, but the whole premise of this really is DEI making change in this area it's really hard. And I think if we can move the needle a little bit, I tried to figure out what is it that moves the needle the most, and it's actually changing individuals. And the whole idea behind this Everybody Eats Lunch, and I have to credit the artist who came up with the concept, was everybody wants to eat lunch. You basically name your favorite food, and that's how they paired two complete strangers, and put them together to have a conversation over lunch. They did it in Berkeley and in Omaha, was it? It was a really kind of a revealing project in the sense of the lunch meeting was recorded, people reflected on it. There was a photographer who took photos of the interaction, and then there were exhibits of the results of this. And I found it really intriguing. And I was just wondering, like, well, what were the results? What kind of came out of this? And I think for a lot of people, it was different in Berkeley than it was in Kansas. Berkeley, I would say, probably reflected a lot more about some of just the things that, some of our worst habits in Northern California. People like complaining about the food and, canceling at the last minute because they were too busy to do this type of thing. Life was so important. The people in Kansas, everybody showed up. They were civil, and they learned a lot from each other. And that is where I think you really can affect change. I think about it here in Los Gatos. The history of my mother's family here, has all the historic, there's some real tragedies in terms of what happened to Japanese Americans, how they were forced to leave the area and live in, barracks out in nowhere. And then coming back, I know that for her, she left when she was after her freshman year at Los Gatos High School. And I will tell you that I've learned a tremendous amount in terms of the fact that she is not the same person that she was when she was in high school here. When she came back, she was a completely different person. I looked at her yearbook, and she was really popular. And she ended up, graduating in camp, but she never went back to any of her classmates who were here. And that was, sort of a very revealing moment to me about, this is part of history. And I think about other people who have been here for generations and generations, and their histories are, there is a commonality, believe it or not, except for indigenous people. We are all immigrants. That is a shared, experience among everyone who lives here. And I've got to think that when you start sharing those types of stories about who you are, where you came from, that will resonate with people. They'll find out that this person has they think like me, or they share the same values. They have the same concerns. And so the idea with this particular project, and this was just an idea to kind of, I don't know how we would implement it here, whether we would iterate it, whether we would change the idea, make it available to a larger number of people. But somehow using the concept, to me, of food, if you were to share food of your own, ethnic background, it is incredible. I mean, that to me is an incredible sign of sharing, of opening up, and hopefully people would be receptive to something like that. What was really interesting is in Pittsburgh, there was a program that was run by Carnegie Mellon right off campus. It was called Conflict Kitchen, and it was like this sort of pop-up kitchen that they would specialize in the cuisine of countries that were enemies of the U.S. And when we were there, it happened to be Iran, and so there was Persian food. And people, were just ecstatic to be enjoying this great cuisine, but they did something even beyond that, and that was to set up conversations. When you went there to eat, you could actually have a conversation online with someone from Iran, and you would realize that, my God, these people, yes, our governments hate each other, but these are people. They're like us, and it just arouses your curiosity. That to me is an enriching experience, and that's something where I'd like to see us kind of move in the town of Los Gatos. I have to tell you, the fact that we are one of the most segregated, municipalities in Northern California or in the state of California, man, that was pretty sobering news. I'd never really kind of thought about that, although when we moved to Los Gatos some years ago, and my wife is from Los Gatos, she just said, I want my kids going to Los Gatos High School because, it mirrors more of the overall populations of California rather than Saratoga. And I just kind of looked at her like in disbelief, to be honest with you, because when I was there, Saratoga was like Los Gatos. But I know from my daughters, they had no interest in going to Saratoga High, and that population there, the community there, has changed immensely since I grew up there. And I have to tell you, I really was curious about it, but I really felt an affinity to what had gone on there. And they're not, quotes, they're not in that segregated category. But I think it's by definition. And I think we have to kind of change mindsets in terms of, we are segregated by this definition of whatever we use. I do question it at times. I mean, people have said, well, we are a very diverse community. And, I do see diversity out there. I'm just not sure that it's counted in the right way. I see a lot of mixed race families in our neighborhood, and I'm just not sure if, I assume that everything came from the census. I'm just not sure that census is very accurate. But anyway, it was a long answer to your question. I take great inspiration from artists because they too solve problems, and we can learn from them. And this was one sort of project that, to me, sort of transcended the divisiveness of interactions and brought people together. And I was intrigued by that.
I'd like to go next. This follows on with the questions I was asking Falake and thinking about having a tough conversation dialogue versus an educational one. And you look like you're describing something I think that's a little more on the educational side, although it is a dialogue. But I think it's more about learning about each other versus dialoguing on the problems of diversity. And there's a lot of good ideas in there, but I'm wondering, do we, and I'll use the terms marginalized and non-marginalized, right? So a marginalized person, many of them may feel too discouraged or not safe to come share, and so they might not come to this kind of activity to learn from it and feel more included and help the marginalized people understand the non-marginalized people more. And I'm wondering, is it good enough that we get a few marginalized people that are brave enough to share their experience and educate the marginalized ones so they can break it down? Or do we somehow create a safe space so we encourage more of those that might feel a little frightened to come share and help the others understand them?
Yeah,
how do we implement?
It's a good question. I don't think that the, quote, marginalized population or part of the community, I don't think that their job is necessarily to educate the majority, so to speak. I think there's a lot that they can learn, too, from having these types of conversations. And it's creating that at least respect and empathy for each other, understanding that we live in this community, with the hope that, you are breaking down some of these barriers and they may become more engaged. The reason why maybe the let's everybody eats lunch concept was kind of maybe attractive is that it wasn't going to a big event where you had to make a decision. Am I going to even go there? What the heck? I got to eat lunch. Maybe this will be interesting or something. Use something, and maybe there's another way. Maybe there's another paradigm. Maybe there's another activity you could use to do something like this. But you want to make it. You don't want to put a burden on that person to make the change. It's putting these people together and seeing if the change can happen. I just feel if we just said, my job is to go out there and talk about DEI, I don't think I'm going to get very far.
Okay, thank you.
One other thing I have to say is when you think about marginalized people here in Los Gatos, as we all know, this is a really affluent community. So marginalized are not going to be the people who, are coming from different cities. I mean, from just different areas outside of us. There is a commonality that is here already. People have shared values in why they want to be here in Los Gatos. I mean, school for their kids. They all want to have the best education for their kids. And our hope is that, or my hope is that people will learn as much through, and this was commented on by, earlier applicants, they'll have the same experience by, experiencing and sharing stories and learning about others that, diversity provides benefits.
All right, thank you. I want to be respectful to everybody, including people waiting to interview. Do other council members have questions? Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So thank you very much for sharing everything you've shared so far. Two things I wanted to pick up on in your application that you've touched on some, but I'd like to see if you could expand on. So one thing that I, really jumped out at me reading your application was this sentence that says, as a third-generation Los Gatan, my grandparents and parents faced the vestiges of alien land laws and restrictive covenants and displacement in American concentration camps or forced removal based on racist ideology. And you also, and I very much appreciate you sharing this, that you have personally experienced, hate speech and being targeted because of who you are. And one thing that I have seen us grapple with a lot as a council, as a community, is some folks don't believe that that's real. Some folks don't believe that racism exists in Los Gatos, or that this history is a true history, and that's something that I have a really hard time with. And it's something I often share that I haven't faced racism because I look the way I do, and so of course you face racism instead of me. How would you go about trying to tell that story and and, broaden the perspective of Los Gatans generally if you were to serve on this commission?
That's an excellent question. Sharing your own personal experiences can be difficult to a complete stranger. And I will tell you that when these things happen, you just don't expect it. There are ways of getting to that if you have a conversation and you can build some level of trust. Sometimes it's just asking questions of the other person to say, "Have you ever experienced something like this?" Or tell me, when were you the most afraid? There was a program that was really instrumental for high school kids, and I don't think the program is, unfortunately, still in effect. But it was called Camp Everytown, or I think it was Camp Everytown, or Camp Anytown. And it put together high school students that were selected by the respective high schools. Teachers selected what the school considered to be leaders within the high school. And each high school did that in Santa Clara County, the ones that participated. And they were brought together. So you had a school from the east side. You had Los Gatos High School. And these students were put together in a room, and they, through this mediator, he was able to sort of call out basic fears, frustrations, things that all these students opened up to. And they were able to, there was an incredible amount of communication between these student leaders from the various high schools. Some high schools, the leaders were gang members because they led. They had the voice in the high school. And what kind of broke through on that, I think, was the fact that they all had the same issues. They all had the same concerns. What made them feel really bad? Whether it was gender related, whether it was race related, and by having these kids talk about it, just opened up their eyes so much, and these relationships developed. And that's one way where having the right environment can produce something that's very positive.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, with that, that was our final candidate for the DEI Commission, and 3 minutes? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. So, well, I have 8:58. Let's get back in here at 9:05 at the latest. As soon as everybody, 9:05 or sooner, if I have all council members sitting here, and we'll move into the Historic Preservation Committee. Thank you.
And I just wanted to let everyone know, if you are unable to stay for the full meeting, I will send out notifications tomorrow of council's action.
Historic preservation, we already heard from Gregory Gentile, so we will go to Lee Quintana. Who knows what to do with the microphone?
Just take it off.
Okay.
Hi. Nice to see you again. Saw you yesterday.
That's right. Frequent flyer this week. Okay, I'll start with Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. I know you've been serving on historic preservation, and most of what comes before are quasi-judicial items, but occasionally there's opportunity to weigh in on policy issues. And I wanted to explore whether you had some thoughts about how historic preservation could be more impactful on some of the policy aspects of historic.
Good question. Well, for one thing, in the past, the Historic Preservation Committee was, just like all the other committees, came before the Planning Commission, the Town Council once a year for a discussion. That no longer happens. So there's really no effective way for the Historic Preservation Committee to bring forth items. And in fact, my notes deals with just that issue, because in the 4 months that I've been on the committee or commission, I always forget which it is, there have been several things that have surfaced that I think need to be addressed, and I think they could be something that the Historic Preservation Committee could do if they had a work plan. And just to give you an idea of some of the things that I think came up that I was surprised at because they created problems was, for instance, SB 9. SB 9, if you're a historic property, there are only two ways you can. Let me start over. If you're a historic property that is large enough to be legally subdivided by a standard subdivision, you're in a bind if you want to sell part of your property, because you don't fall under SB 9. The only way you can fall under SB 9 is if we take that property off the historic inventory.
And just in answering my question, I wonder if you could just give us the headings of the topics that you think could be addressed. We'll have opportunity to go into the depth on them at another time.
That's one of them. One of them that came up was inconsistent decisions about whether or not a project could be approved, not using existing materials, change in siding from wood to asbestos, change in stucco from old stucco to new stucco, and there were reasons for both of those, but they were different. Let's see. Something simple, like I asked for a copy of a list and a map of all the landmark designated, individual designated properties in the town. Apparently it doesn't exist. And I still have never seen a complete copy of the site inventory. I don't even know where it's available. I think these are problems that could be addressed by, in addition, I think there's a lack of criteria for local significance, not just whether or not a site is eligible for state or California historic designation, because most of our pre-1941 properties don't reach that level of significance, but they still have local significance, and we don't have, as far as I know, criteria on which to judge that. So many properties are taken off the inventory because they don't specifically have that high standard.
Thank you.
Other one is the demo ordinance, but I'll stop there because I have many more.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie.
Ms. Quintana served on many commissions and committee and given us lots of sage advice, so I'm going to pass on a question.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore.
I'm actually in the same boat. Thank you for
Vice Mayor Badami.
I'm also very familiar with your work product and your advice. Thank you.
Right, and I think Councilmember Hudes asked the question that I asked the last time when we appointed you, so thank you for your application and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we will move to, okay, how come this doesn't have a commission under it? Probably. Yes, Library Board. It doesn't say it underneath there. Richard Capitosto. Welcome. Yes. All right, great. I will start with Councilmember, no, actually I'll start with the Vice Mayor.
If reappointed, what ideas would you like to see the commission explore that we haven't already done?
So, no groundbreaking initiatives, but mostly due to the survey results, right? So there's always some sort of underserved person or population that maybe can't get to the library or doesn't have access to the resources. So I want to focus more on those people who maybe can't use the library to the fullest, right? So someone, maybe they can't access all the electronic online catalog, right? Or they can't get to the library. So maybe we can deliver things using some of the other commission's resources. So maybe some seniors can't get to the library, we can deliver something.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. So one thing you talked about was technology, that you work professionally in tech. Do you have thoughts on, the library is constantly kind of modernizing and bringing in new technologies. Do you have anything that you can think is, exciting over the next few years that you could see the library board kind of influencing?
I've actually been very impressed with the library's, technology, right? Like, it'd be hard to find such a well-equipped library like any other. I came from Campbell. That was also very good, right? So I grew up with, the card with the little metal band on it. So things have progressed very far. There are some things we probably want to keep our eye on, right? So like AI, it could be used for good, it could be used for evil. It could probably be used to help our citizens a little better.
Yeah, that's helpful. No,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things on the horizon that we want to look into before they get out of hand. Right?
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. You touched on it a bit in terms of the communities that could be more involved in the library. What programs or actions could be done to engage more people from the community in our wonderful library?
So I think we've had a lot of surveys go out to everybody and they've all voiced their opinions, but I think some of the surveys may not even have gotten to everybody. And we've discussed in a few meetings, maybe like the older generation might not be getting a lot of the surveys if they're in papers, if they're online. So maybe you have to go to where people are. Maybe we hit up senior centers, we go to cafes, do a little more, canvassing type of activities to get people's opinions on the library. Because not everybody has a computer, they can't answer long surveys.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rennie.
Any thoughts on our obsoleting resources in the library and how to deal with that? For example, we have DVDs, but now or CDs even. I can't plug them into my car anymore. I can't put them in my computer. But, pretty soon you go there, oh, look at all these great movies I could watch. Well, wait a minute, where am I going to stick the thing? Yeah. So any thoughts on the obsolescence side of things?
I think as long as there's people with DVD players, so that's an example, right? So as long as there's anybody who still uses that kind of medium, then maybe we shouldn't be so hasty to get rid of them. Because it might not take many resources to keep them around. And a lot of them are donated from community members.
All right. That sounds great. I don't have any additional questions, but thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Our next applicant is Sabiha Chunawala. Welcome. Yes. Feel free to adjust that. I know we need a couple of settings, don't we?
Yeah, no, it's good.
All right, I'll start with Councilmember Rennie.
Usual question. You've been on this commission for quite a while. If you're reappointed, what would you like to see change, or what are you hoping to accomplish going forward?
Yeah, so one of the things I'm super excited about, it's part of our 4-year plan, is making the library kind of this emergency services like shelter. Some of the things have already happened. It's obviously a heating and cooling center or whatever, but I firsthand experienced this when we had the power outages in the spring from the rains, and I called up Ryan and I said, "You have Wi-Fi?" He's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Yeah, come on over." And so, it got us thinking, even as a commission on this could be a place for people to shelter in times like that, power outages, this sort of thing. And so continuing, obviously, like I said, they had already established themselves as a cooling center, right, on the really hot days and things like that. So I think it's very interesting to me, again, because I think of the library as more than just a place to get materials and resources, right? I think of it as a pillar of the community. It's like the community center in a way, right? Because it offers so many things to so many people. So I'm super excited about this, and I know Ryan's already looking at, okay, yeah, the solar panels need to be updated, and so we've, that's on the agenda of things that he's looking at, in terms of refreshing so that it can become this emergency resource center.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for your application and your goal to be reappointed. Any other ideas that you would like to see the commission explore?
Yeah, I think Richard touched on another one that we were just talking about in the last commission meeting is how can we leverage some of the mobile resources from the other parts of the community and maybe put some books on there and be able to take those up to people who can't get down here. In COVID, I love that they put together these kits, just come and grab a bag of books, choose your own adventure, right? It's already packaged. You don't have to spend a lot of time, but you can grab it. And maybe we could get some of those bags on these mobile vehicles to get out to people who can't, make it to the libraries or are unable to.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore, you have a question?
I don't have a question for you, but I appreciate your last answer on the library as a community center, emergency resource center. I think that's great. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was interesting when you made the comment about the heating and cooling center and emergency. I was there using Wi-Fi, and it reminded me of a book I've read called Palaces of the People, and it talked about the resilience and how neighborhoods with libraries, people live longer, they survive heat waves, all of those things. And so it sounds like you've answered our questions.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more applicant for the library board, Megan Grasser. Thank you for staying with us. Yeah.
Hello. No, thank you so much for your time. This is my first time doing anything of this magnitude, so it's been a great learning experience. Happy to be here.
Great. Let's see. I'll go to Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. Just to be real blunt, how would you get more people into the library?
Thank you for asking. And I've been thinking about it this whole time that I've been here tonight. I've been thinking about the 2 years that I've been in Los Gatos. Backing up, let me say that we moved here in the pandemic. I had a baby in the pandemic. I was living in San Francisco, and we moved to Los Gatos to be closer to my husband's parents. My husband was born and raised here, so we know the community well. And I was looking for like a safe, welcoming space where I could come and meet people in the community, not having been here myself, and that was the library for me. And I really think it's like the crown jewel of Los Gatos. And when all the other groups were talking about, you know, diversity and inclusion, and they were talking about seniors and stuff, all of those things are encompassed with the library and like the programs that are already there that the library and the commission has done a great job thus far. How would I bring people? Let's see. So I work in advertising. Maybe you could have guessed, but I'm really comfortable speaking with people. My kid is a 3-year-old in school just at Kitty Campus down the road, and I attend a lot of the school functions. I talk to a lot of the moms, you know, and I've noticed that, you know, people come for things like story time, but then they don't come inside, you know, or they don't check out a book, or they don't take that next step to really fully engage. There's a lot of programs that are really well received, but then they don't stay and they don't know about what's going on. So, I mean, I would just start by learning myself and then putting that information out there in my network of people. I also volunteer with the Junior League of San Jose, which is a big women's, you know, empowerment community. And, you know, I think that they would be really interested to get involved. So I would use my network.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Rennie, do you have a question?
It sounds like you need the library needs to create impulse buys. Right? So you've heard people say how great the library is.
Yeah.
And your last question about getting people there, and you didn't necessarily talk about whether you needed to change anything to get people there, but
Sure.
Are there things you would change or add to the library?
Sure. Well, I kind of know, I don't know what I don't know, right? So I'd have to kind of get to know a little bit more about the library and the services. I only know what I've read online and what I've, you know, I don't have experience serving on the board. But, you know, the first thing I think that's really important is just marketing. Like I said, the first applicant had touched on that, and that's mailers. And I think mailers are a huge thing. I follow the library on social media, and so I see that there were free COVID tests, right? So that's huge. But like, you know, my mother or father-in-law who might need them, I know that they don't follow the library on Instagram. So, you know, I think mailers are really important. I think, yeah, getting people, just getting people out and talking more about the library and what it has to offer will definitely bring people in, especially school-age children. I know there are so many moms at my kids' school that would love to be a part of it and volunteer.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Thank you for sharing all of your experiences. Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate your enthusiasm and your application.
Thanks again.
Thank you. All right, now we'll move to the Parks Commission, and Mike Bunsick had a drop-off.
Correct. And Greg Lovely is not in attendance as well.
Okay, well then we have Greg Lovely is off. So we have one applicant for the Parks Commission, an incumbent, Craig Gleason. And since we don't have two other applicants, we're just going to grill the living daylights out of you. No,
Yeah,
just kidding.
I'd like to thank the council for naming us the Parks and Sustainability Commission and not Sustainability and Parks, because if we had dropped down in the alphabet, I'm not sure I could have hung on.
Yeah, you're talking to someone that used to be on Transportation Commission, so we were always last. Councilmember Hudes, do you have any questions for Mr. Gleason?
Yeah, you mentioned sustainability. How do you view the sustainability aspect of the charter and enabling resolution, and what would be the priorities in that area?
Yeah, I think that's a hard question. This is actually the, probably the main topic for the next meeting. We just had a Parks and Sustainability Commission meeting where we, introduced the idea that we're changing this, and we saw the sustainability element in the general plan. part of our homework for that next meeting is really to come in with ideas about this. So I've done a little bit of thinking about it. I think, I guess from my, my personal experience with open space and the environmental aspects of things, I think that there's some key things about, dealing with climate change and particularly biodiversity. I think are some things that we can think about in a bit more town-wide aspect than we would in the parks. And one of the things we just introduced in our discussion was street trees, and really trying to get a more modern view of the street tree program. Several months ago, I had gone out and spoken to the arborist at our city forest in San Jose, and they've done work with a bunch of different municipalities, and they've taken, I think our street tree list has, it's relatively old, it hasn't been updated recently. They've taken a more modern view. And then I also did some looking around at other places, and one thing I saw was that San Francisco actually has a very sort of up-to-date view where they've brought in a lot of different factors, not just the sort of practical aspects of street trees, but looking at the biodiversity aspects, how many, these different species of trees, how many native insects, beneficial insects do they support, right? And that actually leads to how many birds do you see in those trees. And people might have different opinions about whether you want that, but this is one aspect of, I think, sustainability that is, sort of a really practical aspect that we can look at. But yeah, I think we have to think this through and decide what it really means to extend this to parks and sustainability.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie, former Parks Commissioner.
Yeah, that was a question I was going to ask and advocate for making it the Parks and Sustainability Commission. So I'm going to pass on my question.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
I will also pass, but after attending your last meeting, I know you have your work cut out for you, so thank you for re-upping.
Thank you.
Right. And I appreciate you thanking us not for putting the name and pushing you down, but I hope you don't regret that we've added sustainability. So can you tell me how you receive that? And the tree example is a great one, how to integrate sustainability into the Parks Commission. And I know that your group will be discussing that, but do you feel like this will decrease what you're able to do in the work plan for the parks by adding this extra layer, or how do you feel this is going to integrate for the coming year?
I guess I felt, in coming on to the Parks Commission, I felt like it was, maybe a little light in what it was trying to do. So I feel like there was room there, and over the last year, I think we've sort of brought some new initiatives into it. For example, the Trails Connectivity Initiative that we brought in, and we've added this discussion with the Arts and Culture Commission about arts and parks. So there were some more things that we could bring on board there, and I think actually sustainability is a more strategic one. And one of the things that I'd spoken about it several times with the Parks Commission was that I think we might want to step back and take a little more strategic view. The Los Gatos Parks came out of a strategic thinking process back in the 60s, and the build-out was in the 70s and the 80s. But I'm not sure we've really gone back and said, okay, what, for say 50 years from now, what do we want this to look like? And that's something that I would like to take a look at, and I think it becomes all that much more interesting when you add the sustainability element.
Great, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I apologize, I'm leaping through this slowly. Yes, so we don't have Gregory here. So we'll move to Personnel Board. And thank you. I got your name wrong last year. David Sabes? I want to say Sabes.
It's Sabes.
Sabes?
Sabes.
Sabes.
Yeah.
Thank
The
you.
name was much longer. My father was born with my grandfather, but they changed it because it's an anti-Semitism, so it doesn't, they somehow chose to pronounce it in a way that it's not normal in a way.
Not any of the two ways that I chose.
Ever since I was in kindergarten, I've dealt with the same thing.
Well, let's not say that my choices were normal. Don't assume that. Anyway, I'll go to Councilmember Moore, and thank you for being here.
Sure.
Thank you for your application. I think that your background, both your professional background, but also I think it's really interesting you're applying to serve on the personnel board after receiving your bachelor's in peace and conflict studies with an emphasis on conflict resolution. I think that's a great overlap. So could you kind of talk about your approach to conflict resolution and if there was a personnel issue, how you would approach it?
First thing was, so thank you for the question. I'd say my approach to conflict resolution is the first thing that I think of is listening, right, and having an open mind. And using that approach to when there's two parties, when you're just initially even walking in the room to discuss something with each party and to ensure that each party in any type of conflict, that they feel heard from the beginning before you bring in those individuals together kind of in the same room of sorts. Because with all of this, and one of the things I said about my excitement over a personnel board is that everyone wants to be heard, right? Your issue is the conflict is happening. There's a conflict between two individuals, or it's an individual and an organization, and someone or many people aren't feeling whole by what is happening. So from the very first moment, you even just start the whole process. I think everyone has to have the buy-in, that there will be an equitable process, and then that there'll be an equitable decision, justice at the end of it.
Thank you.
Great question. Vice Mayor.
Thank you for your application.
Sure.
Any ideas that you would like to see the commission explore?
I mentioned in the application that the personnel rules of the information that I was given for employees, it seemed to be outdated. And I don't know if it's internally updated or not. So there are many things employees can run into, managers can run into, such as issues of remote working, issues of use of social media in regards to your work. There's a multitude of things. And also the way that in the workplace, we've taken a great new look at everyone's individual personal space, right? So if you're talking about bullying, harassment, sexual harassment, right? The definitions used to be very narrow, and now they need to be thought about. It's much broader, right? And so some of that didn't seem to be in there within the regulations. So I don't know how involved the personnel board is in these types of things, but I do think that there is a opportunity for an outside voice to be in there with either the HR individuals with the city or other individuals, the council, to take a look at some of these things. Because everywhere else it seems that we're trying to update how our city runs. We're trying to modernize, right? We're trying to grow up. It's an amazing thing that everything here, we're all looking towards the future. Yet, and what I've seen so far, what was available to me, it seemed like this was kind of the way that things used to be done, right? So I hope that I could be of help in that nature, or that in the future for this particular board that might be part of what they're charged with. Because it seems like, as opposed to just solving these little conflicts, is to look at what the town can do better as an employer. All right, I mentioned also is working with HR, looking at how HR trains employees, when they come in, or if there are different rules and responsibilities, how is that handed out? Right, what does that initial handbook look like? And is it easy for everyone to understand? So everyone understands from the very beginning when you walk into that door, then you're just focused upon work and community.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. You offer some really interesting ideas in the human resource area, onboarding, and other things. The enabling resolution and the scope of the personnel board is very, very narrow, and it meets infrequently.
Yes.
Does that influence your interest in participating with the current scope of the Personnel Board?
No, it does not. I mean, I understand it meets infrequently. I also understand that the town manager can call for a meeting, which I would make myself available. That's kind of how I started. I don't know completely the scope, but I do think there is an opportunity for community involvement for improvement. And so as far as myself, personally, that if I were a member of the board, I would dedicate myself to it. And if I had the opportunity to speak or to give suggestions, absolutely. But I also understand that the board does have a very narrow scope. So I may have all these ideas and such, but if you're at a board meeting or you're looking at somebody's appeal, that's what you're focusing on.
I appreciate your comments, and I think it provides some food for thought about how we can tap into the talents of our residents. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Rennie?
Yeah, I don't really have any questions, although I do like the idea of looking at it a little more proactively and helping the town think about how to avoid problems in the future. Our HR department does run lean and mean, so maybe there's some opportunities. I'm not sure how it fits within the scope, but the town manager maybe can find ways to see how they can share proactive ideas for us. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Right. Thank you for the ideas.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that was our only applicant. And now we are at Planning Commission, and we've already interviewed Tony Alarcon. So our next applicant is Adam Mayer. Last name of T in the last. Welcome, Adam.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Good evening, Town Council.
Good to see you. Councilmember Hughes, I'll start with you.
Yeah, thank you. And I know you've served on some other boards, and thank you for that service. With your professional background, how would you help residents who are very inexperienced when they appear before the Planning Commission make their case when there are very experienced architects, attorneys, and developers, sometimes on the other side of what their point of view is?
I might be a bit biased, but I would tell them to hire a professional, like an architect, to help them out. No, just kidding. First of all, I would say I would recommend that they look at the town zoning code, and I know for a novice that's not exactly the easiest thing to do, but that's a place to start. And depending on the type of project they're asking for, whether it's something regarding like a fence or an ADU or a setback, there are helpful resources on the town website provided by the Community Development Department that I would recommend that they start there first if they're not working with a professional before coming before the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you. So you have a comment in here that you will always evaluate items based on the following question: does the proposal project enhance the character of the town of Los Gatos? So what does that mean to you? What does it look like to enhance or not enhance the character of Los Gatos to you?
Well, coming from an architectural background, I evaluate buildings when the Planning Commission or the Town Council or just in general in this chamber, and when we talk about development proposals, whether it's a new higher density multifamily project or even a single family house or an ADU, there's a lot of talk about the metrics in the zoning code, whether it's the FAR, the setbacks, the density, and not so much about what we're trained as architectural professionals, which is aesthetics, proportion, balance. And it's not a style thing, and it's not a building type or a building size thing. You can have a great single-family house or a not-so-great single-family house. You could also have a great multifamily building or one that's not so great. I know yesterday during the town council meeting there was some questions about the aesthetics of the proposal they're very still in the early stages of proposal at the post office as perhaps being too blocky. And I understand that point of view. And what I would see my role on the Planning Commission coming from an architectural background is, beyond just the talking about the metrics and the numbers, is how do we get to a point where whatever it is that's coming through the Planning Commission is going to be the most beautiful piece of architecture for the town. And I really feel that deeply in my bones, being a native of Los Gatos. That's something that's really important to me.
Follow up. So
yeah,
that sounds like a great idea. How does that interplay with following basically the rules, the code? The height. What if some nice architectural element adds 10 feet to the building and it's way over its height limit, and other things of that sort? How do you interplay that with following the rules?
Yeah, I would say, from my point of view, if I were to serve on the commission, would be really to first refer to the town guidelines. So that's the zoning code, that's the design guidelines. Maybe not so much the zoning code, because like a height limit's a height limit and a setback's a setback, and those are hard rules. In terms of more like the design guidelines, there's a little bit more room to evaluate with a bit of subjectivity, I think, to it, while still respecting those guidelines. So I would still adhere to what the town's rules are, but then, of course, evaluate each project as it comes through the commission.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you for your application.
Yeah.
How would you weigh the rights of property owners against neighbors who might feel that a project doesn't fit in, and you have that neighborhood compatibility issue that might kind of get into that gray area of being subjective? How would you make your decisions?
For sure. Yeah, I've seen instances where, a project proposal is totally compliant with the zoning, so they could, theoretically go through, but there are neighbors that are objecting to the proposal. I really see the role of the Planning Commission as sort of like a negotiating table, or like a kind of, but in a public forum, not like kind of a backroom deal kind of way, but laying out all the issues in public so we can discuss them, the commission can discuss them, the applicant who's proposing the project can make their case, and then also hear from the neighbors nearby and try to find. I see the roles of the commission as sort of trying to find a compromise of some sorts, because not all projects are going to make all parties happy, but how do we get to a point where we can find the best outcome for everyone?
Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you. I have no further questions, but I do like this answer that planning jargon is a second language to me. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for your application.
Right, and thank you for your information on the case studies. It kind of answered all my questions.
Okay.
So thank you for applying.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, and our final applicant of the evening, thank you for your patience, Emily Thomas. Getting work done?
Hello, yes.
All right, welcome.
Hi.
And you're reapplying to the Planning Commission.
Yes.
So I guess I'll start with a question. So you're back for more. What do you feel you learned on your first term on the Planning Commission and would like to bring forward?
Well, I definitely think that I learned a lot about how to help people come to compromises, as like a lot of what Mr. Mayor just mentioned, and hopefully future fellow commissioner. It's a lot of times the items that we see in front of the Planning Commission have to do with people being scared of different changes that are happening in their community or next door and in their neighborhoods. And so I really feel like I have had the opportunity to get to listen to what people are concerned about in town and really try and help applicants and appellants, or people that are scared of what's going to be built next door to them, come to some sort of agreement with regards to weighing property owners' rights, but also maintaining characters, like the important characteristics of the neighborhood. So I feel like I've become very familiar with the town code and all of the ordinances. I am definitely the go-to person now for a lot of friends and family members when they want to know about if they're following the rules. And I am very good at finding everything in the town code now and sending them and interpreting it for people. So I do feel like those are kind of the technical things that I've learned, but I feel like I've just also learned a lot about what it means to be a public servant. And it's exciting.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly easy things don't come to the Planning Commission. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And this may fall within the realm of learning. I think you participated in the development of the 2040 general plan as well as the housing element.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe it was productive to sequence the development of the general plan's land use element prior to starting the development of the housing element? And do you see a role in the Planning Commission in participating in those kinds of decisions about how that work is done?
So I'll answer your second question first because I think that it's a little more straightforward. And yes, I do think that as the way that the Planning Commission is set up in Los Gatos, there is a role of planning commissioners to serve on those other committees, subcommittees, and boards. And I think that Planning Commission meets a lot, and it's a lot of work as is. And so I think that splitting up those opportunities and having people sit on those different commissions and be able to provide input so that when those documents or policies come to Planning Commission, a lot of the grind of the work that staff has done has been flushed out. So yes, to your second question. To your first question, I came in on the Planning Commission and started working on the general plan as in the middle of that process. So I was not involved in the decision making with regards to what should go first. However, I truly believe that town staff is the one who set some of those priorities. I showed up and worked on what was given to me. And I think that I personally have had a really great experience with all of my reports that have been given to me, all of my questions that have been answered every time I need to meet. And so I trust that town staff approach that process with the best intent and dwelling on the past, looking back, whether or not it went as well as it could have gone, in hindsight, I don't think is really productive at this point.
You don't have to answer the question, but really the question was, do you believe it was productive to sequence the work on the general plan land use prior to starting work on the housing element? Given your experience now having seen both aspects of it.
Yes, I think that it was valuable to do that at the time because we were writing the general plan, and land use is a huge, important part of that document, and it's required to be included by the state. And we were already behind schedule on writing our general plan, so I don't know how else we would have approached it.
One more follow-up. You said that the land use is required by the state. Is that correct?
In the housing element? I mean, in the general plan? That's one of the elements that's required to be included.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Brenny.
Yeah, I just have to say Mr. Hudes's questions wasn't appropriate because the general plan period started in 2020 and we didn't receive our housing allocations until 2022. So I don't know how you do housing element before that, so that's really not a fair question to ask the applicant. But I think more relevant to what another question he was getting to was our thought about planning commissioners being on too many commissions like historic preservation and then something possibly getting appealed and so forth. My question for you was, though, since you've served on general plan and I think HEAB also, did those experiences help you learn better and help you become a better planning commissioner than you might have otherwise become?
Absolutely. I think that especially because now the parts of the general plan that have been fully adopted and are implemented in town really drive the decision making of all of the planning commission with regards to if we're making policy recommendations to you all or if we are deciding something specific based on a code or ordinance that has been updated because of the general plan. Like my work on just participating, even though I came in later in the process, being able to have that opportunity to really dig deep into that really helped me maintain perspective in the long term. And I think that that's something that's really important to me because I am one of the younger planning commissioner. Well, am I the youngest now? I can't even know. I don't even know who's on the planning commission right now. Anyway, as a younger planning commissioner and someone that, you know, has many years hopefully left to live in the town of Los Gatos, having that long-term vision and understanding is something that I think is really valuable, especially when we're making policy recommendations to you all. When we're in our quasi-judicial role, you know, I look at the ordinances and codes and policies that are written in front of me to make my decisions, but for some of that other stuff, I think it's been very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
I do. Thank you. I'm looking at your application, and you make a statement that my personal approach to planning is through prioritizing sustainability and equity. So how do you make land use findings based on personal priorities?
So I think that I think that if you read farther down in that section, I actually answered that question in multiple ways. I think that, like I just said, if I am in my quasi-judicial role, I have to make decisions based on the ordinances and zoning that is in front of me, which as a scientist, I'm very comfortable finding that research. It makes me like, I would really struggle to be on the planning commission if we didn't actually have to make findings behind all of those types of decisions. I probably wouldn't be reapplying. So that's what I do. I think with regards to my policy recommendations to town, sustainability is a huge part of the 2040 general plan. So I think that it aligns with what we're trying to approach. And most of the time when we're making those policy recommendations to you all, which you have the final say on, it's with that approach of sustainability, which is economic, environmental, and social sustainability for the town. And I think that looking at that triple bottom line of sustainability really encompasses so many of the goals and priorities for people in town, between our economic vitality and recovery from COVID. I mean, it really just covers a lot of what the 2023 to 2025 town priorities are that you all set.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Moore.
You had a very thorough application, and I'm familiar with your work on the Planning Commission, so I have no other questions, but thank you for your continued service.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Emily. And with that, we have completed our interviews.
Yay.
All right.
Thank you.
Now it'll take us a while to vote, I think. So I'll turn it over to our clerk to go through the process. And I appreciate those of you who have stayed. I don't know if other people are watching it on Zoom. And, if you can't stay the whole time, you'll be notified of the results. But obviously, those of you who are still here are waiting. So thank you.
So I just wanted to let you know that the process will be slightly different. There's going to be 2 separate ballots. One will be for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, because that one is a little bit more complex on the selection process because people fit in different seats. So that one Jenna will be passing out, and it does have each candidate listed with the seats that they have selected. And then any seat that they're not qualified for have been blacked out on the ballot so that it makes the selection process a little bit easier for you. And we did have 12 interviews for that commission. and there will be 7 selections. So you will select 1 for business owner and resident. You will select 1 for Los Gatos business owner or employee, 1 for faith leader, 1 for nonprofit employee, and 3 for Los Gatos residents. The other ballot will contain all other commissions. We had 2 applicants for the Arts and Culture Commission, and you can appoint up to 2. There were 3 applicants interviewed for the Community Health and Senior Services Commission, and you can appoint up to 2. There were 2 applicants interviewed for the Complete Streets and Transportation Commission, and you can appoint up to 2. There were 2 applicants interviewed for the Historic Preservation Committee, and you can appoint up to 1. There were 3 applicants interviewed for the Library Board, and you can appoint up to 2. There was 1 applicant interviewed for the Parks and Sustainability Commission, and there are 2 seats available. There was 1 applicant interviewed for the Personnel Board, and you can appoint up to 1. There were 3 applicants interviewed for the Planning Commission, and council can appoint up to 3. In the event of a tie, there will be a runoff held. In the event of an unbreakable tie, council may determine an alternate method or select an appointee or direct the clerk to re-advertise the vacancy. For a candidate to be appointed, they do need to receive a majority vote, which would be 3 votes. And at the conclusion of your voting, we will go ahead and collect the ballots and tally them up and then read them out loud.
We have a couple of questions. Councilmember Moore, Vice Mayor Rob Rennie, maybe all the same question, I'm not sure.
So on some of these, we have folks that didn't interview, despite there being seats available. Are we only allowed to appoint someone that was here who we heard from this evening?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, so we need to strike some names from this ballot?
Yes, we should definitely.
So can we do that before, right now?
Please strike the names of.
Can we, one second, Councilmember Hudes, do you have a related question?
Yeah, does that apply to incumbents as well? I seem to remember something a little bit different.
Unfortunately.
Correct. It does. The incumbents have the extra ability to submit a written statement in advance of the interviews, and unfortunately that did not happen this evening.
Okay, thank you.
So if I may perhaps,
If you'll read the names
I can read them
down
out, yes. Yeah. So for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission, Pradeep Kanal was unable to attend, and Jeanette Lovely was unable to attend. And for the Parks and Sustainability Commission, Mike Brunix was unable to attend, and Gregory Lovely was unable to attend.
Thank you. All right, well, I'll take a few minutes to vote. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Councilmember Rennie.
I don't think you covered it. Some people are applying to more than one commission. Can we vote for a person more than once?
No, you can only vote for the person for one commission.
Okay, so we have to choose which of the commissions that we want to vote for, but make sure we don't vote for them on the other commission then.
Correct.
Thank you.
Question. Councilmember Hudes.
I remember our discussion about the diversity, equity, inclusion, and the status of people's representation. Has that status been verified? Meaning, if someone says that they work for a business, do they qualify if they work for a nonprofit business? And did we verify whether they were working for a nonprofit versus a regular business?
They made the selection whether it was a nonprofit or a business, and we did look up the addresses of the businesses that were listed on the applications.
And so we saying that we did verify whether someone worked for a nonprofit versus a business?
To the best of our ability, yes.
Okay.
I think you have an error also on Planning Commission. It says vote for 2, but our original sheet says there's 2 full-year terms and 1 partial term. So that should be 3.
Correct. Yes, it should be 3.
You're
The same with the Arts and Culture Commission, vote for no more than 4. We have 4 openings?
I think that's a typo because there's a 2 in
Yeah, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
that should be 2.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay, so arts and culture is 2. Park, planning commission is 3. Does everything else look right? Okay. Thank you. It was a lot to put together today.
Yeah, it looks like we might have.
I'm so sorry. Councilmember Hughes.
Do we have the same error on the complete streets and transportation? Should that be 2 rather than 3?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
All right, the number says 2 and the word says 3.
Can I also confirm the Planning Commission? Is that vote for no more than 2, or should that also be 3?
Yes, we said that was 3.
Okay.
Maybe we answered this. Community Health and Senior Services says the word 1 and the number 2. We're voting for 2, correct?
Correct. There's 3 applicants and 2, you can appoint up to 2.
Thank you.
When you're ready for our ballots, please.
I appreciate the work staff did to put together these ballots. This is the most complicated we've ever had. And I don't think anyone knew how complicated it would be until yeah, okay. It's going to take a few minutes with the spreadsheet and all the voting we have to do. So we're calling a recess. Sorry, I didn't realize KCAT was running. So we'll have a recess right now. What do we think? 10 minutes or I'm just guessing? Okay, 10-minute recess. Thank you. And, it looks like we have the tallies, and I'll turn to our town clerk for the results.
Okay. So for the Arts and Culture Commission, Cristiano Colantoni received a unanimous 5 votes. Dornez Miramosa received a unanimous 5 votes. Community Health and Senior Services, Gregory Hentel received 1 vote for Councilmember or Vice Mayor Badami. Richard Conrad received 5 unanimous votes. Martha Stern received 4 votes. Risto, Hudis, Moore, and Rennie. So the appointees there would be Richard Conrad and Martha Stern. Complete Streets and Transportation. There were 4 votes for Bill Elherds, Risto, Badami, Moore, and Rennie. Eric Miller received 5 unanimous votes. And Tony Alcron received 1 vote for the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Commission. Tony Alcron received 1 vote for business owner from Councilmember Rennie. Dominic Broadhead received 3 votes for Los Gatos employee, Risto, Moore, and Rennie. Jamie DeForno received 2 votes for business owner from Badami and Hudis, and 2 votes for nonprofit, Risto and Moore. Diane Fisher received 5 unanimous votes. Verily Isaacs received 4 votes. Risto, Badami, Hudis, and Rennie. Carmen Lowe received 4 votes for Badami, Hudis, Moore, and Rennie. Falake Phillips received 3 votes, Badami, Hudis, and Moore for nonprofit, and 1 vote from Risto for resident. Jonas Swanberg received 2 votes, Badami and Hudis, and Gordon Yemeni received 3 votes for Risto, Moore, and Rennie. So the appointees there for employee would be Dominic Broadhead with 3 votes. Diane Fisher for faith leader, unanimous 5 votes. Verily Isaacs, resident, 4 votes. Carmen Lowe, resident, 4 votes. And Gordon Yamanetti, 3 votes. Historic preservation, Gregory.
Excuse me, Falaki also got 3 votes.
I'm sorry, yes. For nonprofit, Falaki Phillips received 3 votes.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
There was 3 votes for nonprofit and 1 vote for resident. And it was the 3 votes for nonprofit were Badami, Hudis, and Moore, and the 1 vote for resident was Risto. We'll double check that.
No, but if it's recorded. And for those who are watching, this was a very
it does
complicated
look like
ballot.
nonprofit, so let me just double check that one really quick.
Thank you. Our ballot was a very complicated matrix for those who didn't get to see it.
She's it. Me neither. No, me neither.
Mayor, are we in recess? Should there be conversations?
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry. We'll clarify that. So the vote was actually 3-2. So it was 3 for nonprofit, Badami, Hudis, and Rennie, and 2 for resident, Risto, and Moore. But she is selected for nonprofit.
And so can I bother you to run down the, like, who got appointed for each of the slots?
Sure. So employee would be Dominic Broadhead. Faith leader is Diane Fisher. Resident is Valerie Isaacs. Resident Carmen Lowe. Nonprofit Philip Phillips. And resident Gordon Yamanetti.
Thank you.
Correct.
Okay.
And then for library board, Richard
Historic preservation?
Yeah. No. Yes, for historic preservation, Gregory Huntel received 2 votes, Hudis and Rennie. And Lee Quintana received 3 votes, Risto, Moore, and Badami. So the appointee would be Lee Quintana. Library board, Richard Capistoto received 5 unanimous votes. Sabita Chinwala received 5 votes. Risto, Hudis, Moore, and Rennie. And Megan Gracer received 1 vote, Badami. So the appointees there would be Richard Capistoto and Sabita Chinwala. And Parks and Sustainability Commission, Craig Gleason received 5 unanimous votes. Personnel Board, David Sebis received 5 unanimous votes. Planning Commission, Tony Alcaron received 2 votes, Badami and Hudis. Adam Mayer received 5 unanimous votes. Emily Thomas received 3 votes, Risto, Moore, and Rennie. So the appointees would be Adam Mayer and Emily Thomas.
All right, thank you. So everybody will be notified. And I want to thank everybody, not only for their applications and for volunteering to help with the town, but also for staying with us so late. Very appreciated. And given that not all positions were filled, there will be mid-year or at some point another recruitment. I don't know if our town manager can speak to that, please.
Actually, we need a little bit of direction from the council. So we have additional vacancies than the ones that were recorded tonight. We have a vacancy on the Finance Commission, vacancies with Building Board of Appeals. So since the Finance Commission is a little bit unique, staff would recommend that we reopen that one immediately and just keep it open until filled, since that council member may interview as applications come in, and then once they find a candidate that meets their parameters, it can be announced. It'll be scheduled for a council meeting for announcement. And then the others, it's really up to your discretion as a council if you want to run an adult mid-year recruitment. If we do that, we typically run it with the Youth Commission, so that means we would start the application process typically in like the late March, early April timeframe, and then do interviews in the May timeframe for appointment. But if you want, we can also do it earlier in the year, separated from the Youth Commission, so that way we have an opportunity to try and get more residents on our boards and commissions.
Thank you for those options. Councilmember Rennie.
Given the number of people that ended up having to drop off tonight and that left us some openings, it seems to me that maybe we should do it sooner, like we lost a Parks Commissioner, now we have an open space and Parks Commissioner for somebody who wanted to reapply, but then all of a sudden couldn't stay all night long. So sooner would allow those people to get back on and our commission filled. If we wait 6 months, by then they're going to be like, forget it. So I think it's good for both of us to try to do something a little sooner, given, and there's a planning commission opening, which is pretty important to try to fill sooner too.
Councilmember Hughes.
Yeah, just what was the status of the DEI commission? Were there any openings that weren't filled tonight?
Yes, the business owner and resident slot is open. And what we can do, and we probably should have a motion with respect to the direction for the next recruitment, but we do hold on to applications, and we'll let those applicants know they can either reapply for the same, or we'll just hold their applications for those same commissions. But if they're interested in other opportunities, they just need to let us know and fill out that application as well.
Right. I think as we move toward a motion, it is, there may be people who may not have gotten the commission that they applied for that are interested in another commission, maybe more exposure. And, we do have some openings we didn't fill tonight in some places where people didn't apply. I think it also makes sense to decouple the Finance Commission from the general recruitment, because it's such an unusual process. We don't interview them as a whole. We don't get to vote on them. Only one person does. And so I think that in general, every time there's a vacancy, it almost makes sense to just leave that open until the appropriate council member makes their choice. So do we have a motion to set direction? Well, okay, I'll make the motion that for our next recruitment, for the openings that we've got, we look at it sooner rather than later. I don't know what staff's capacity is. I'm not sure if I want to be setting a date or just say maybe March timeframe or February for I guess starting recruitment. Can I ask some advice? We're not going to start recruitment next week. So what makes sense for a reasonably timely start of recruitment, and then it may be up to the next mayor to set the meeting when we do commission interviews?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful, and I'll let the town clerk, of course, weigh in as well. If council just directs that we start the next recruitment after the new year, and then we can work with the incoming mayor on an interview schedule, et cetera. But I'll certainly welcome the town clerk to give other guidance.
Correct. So we can do another recruitment as soon as the new year starts. It would just be dependent on when we can find a meeting date to hold the interviews, because we kind of have to set that date when we do the open recruitment process, so people know ahead of time when that date is.
Okay, then I move that we do the recruitment before the Youth Commission, as soon as practical, and decouple Finance Commission from the general recruitment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Rennie, any comments?
A quick question. So decouple meaning leave it open until filled?
Right, that it doesn't have a deadline for an application, that it's just, there's an opening and it's there, and that won't be part of the date when there's the interview. We have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor.
I'm going to have a comment about the process, so after we take this motion, it will be unrelated to that. I don't want you to adjourn the meeting because I'm going to have a question for staff.
Perfect. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No one opposed. Motion passes 5-0. And yes, I think we have work to do on the process. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So if staff could just clarify who establishes the parameters for the process, because it's changed throughout the years, where at one time applicants maybe had a time limit. And tonight we had some applicants that really got to sell themselves for a much longer period of time than others. So is that something that goes before the council policy committee? Is that something that involves the whole council, maybe in a closed session to make a decision? Or is it the prerogative of the mayor or the town manager?
No, it's all in the policy. It's a great question, and I think we did see some unevenness tonight, so thank you for acknowledging it. So in your packet is Council Policy 2-11, Commission Appointments, Residency, Attendance Requirements, et cetera. And on page 3, beginning on page 3, it goes through the annual recruitment process. And then on page 4, it talks about the interview process. There was a time when there was a time limit. Council over the years has taken that away. There was a time when we had set questions, but council wanted the flexibility to ask their own questions. So this is something that if council wanted to refer back to the policy committee to review the interview process, that's certainly fine. And then the policy committee could make a recommendation to the full council. Ultimately, these are rules set by the town council.
Okay, so that being said, we're going to have new, commissions and board members and committee members. So whoever might be on the council policy committee, does one of us, ask them or just request them, hey, you might want to consider that, or the chair decides that?
Well, it's certainly helpful when the full council says, hey, we see a need. We look to our council policy committee to come up with a recommendation for our consideration. So a motion this evening we would then bring that forward at the January policy committee as it determines its work plan for 2024.
All right, if it would be all right, I'll try a motion. I make a motion that the council policy committee reviews the interview and appointment process for boards and commissions.
Thank you. Councilmember Moore?
Second.
All right. Yeah, I think this has every reason to do it. Councilmember Rennie?
I just want to say that we change this every 2 years. Sure, go ahead. I've been here for 9 years now, and it feels like every year it's different. Well, we were actually kind of the same thing for probably 4 or 5 years, and then now we seem to change it every year. So it's sort of a little frustrating to have a moving target, but we'll try it again.
I agree. This is the third time we've done it, and it's been different every time. Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, just a couple of comments on the process while we're ready to take a vote. I would have found it helpful to have a matrix for the DEI commission that looked like the ballot. So where we knew where somebody was slotted or wasn't, and that would have saved me a lot of chicken scratching and some mistakes. Another suggestion is, since we've moved to having open interviews, the folks who are at the end of the alphabet have the benefit of listening to answers to some of the same questions. And so if we must have them all sit in the audience rather than sitting in the lobby during the interviews, then I think we should at least randomize the name order to at least make it chance rather than the letter that you were born with determining your advantage. And then I do think it would be a good idea to implement some time limits, but and just I was timing things. The DEI interviews went over 9 minutes per person, while all the others were under 3. So it was a first commission, but I do think that the nature of the commission would warrant having some time limits. Maybe something that isn't too strict, but gives the applicant the ability to realize that that there is an overall time frame and that they should give the council members opportunities to ask questions, rather than deliver long speeches that limit that ability. So just some ideas top of my head, having been through what I think is a successful process. You know, we were able to attract and appoint a very qualified group to this new commission. I was skeptical about the applicants and the quality, and I was skeptical that we wouldn't get new people in, but I think the process did achieve that. So it just was a little messy.
Okay, how about if I call the question and then we can make comment, others can make comments after. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. And I just want to, I agree. I think, when policy committee looks through this, one option might be to limit how long an answer can be, because sometimes, council members will have more questions than others. But I think looking at that, I would like to thank staff profusely. I think nobody understood how complicated the voting would be. And I can attest to the fact that the vice mayor and I were in the offices late this afternoon for meetings, and, there were still iterations going on, and, the thought process of all the ways the voting could go. I think when this commission was constructed, it wasn't foreseen how the voting would go, or that somebody could fit multiple categories, and what does that ballot look like. So two things. One is this commission was freshly formed, so each year there will be fewer people up. But two, knowing what this looks like now, next year when there's appointments to be made, and if there's people that could fall in multiple categories, I imagine staff will understand how to make the ballot. And so I'm just so appreciative. And I think the fact that we had so many qualified applicants, and that we didn't have to re-vote again. I mean, it was very clear choices, but I also want to encourage anybody who wasn't appointed to look at everybody was high quality, and there's always an opportunity each year to join a commission. Councilmember Rennie.
One other thing to think about, and the matrix was kind of good, and it worked out fortunately, but I see potential problems we should be ready for. So, for example, Falake got a vote from everybody, but because we split it by seats, she only got 3 in 1 seat. If things had been different, somebody with 4 votes might have knocked her out, even though every single one of us wanted her on the commission. So that's something to think about in your process, how to deal with that.
Any other comments? All right, with that, this is my last meeting as mayor. I'm going to adjourn this year. Meeting adjourned.